Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. No, I'm going to start one more time. 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon. Today is Tuesday, March 16th. A busy week we've got going on this week. Yesterday was the Ides of March, and everybody survived that, hopefully. Tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, and of course, everybody's a little Irish on St. Patrick's Day. I happen to be a lot Irish every day of the year, so I'm very excited about St. Patrick's Day, but I'm also very excited about today's broadcast. We have an outstanding lineup of interviews on today's episode for you, and we've got lots coming up, but so many great webinars or so many great interviews to discuss today. First up, we have an interview between Alan and Scott Buchholz, who is the managing director at Deloitte Consulting. Deloitte's annual survey is out, and it shows what you may expect given the past year. Got a couple surprises also. So Scott and Alan talk about some of the insight into this year's Deloitte annual survey and what it means for the industry at large. Great conversation that they have, so definitely one worth checking out. After that, Alan talks to Anthony Woods, who is the co-founder and CTO of Grafana Labs. Grafana just came out with Enterprise Stack, the latest release of it. This one brings enterprise scale and features to observability, as always. So Alan talks to Anthony Woods to discuss what this new release actually does include and how it changes the observability landscape. Great conversation there. After that, Alan talks with Richard Naster, who is the chief scientist at Digital.ai. Digital.ai is one of the founding members of the Value Stream Management Consortium. We've been talking with members of the VSMC over the last week or so, talking about its inception, what it means to the industry at large, and what each of the founding members envisions for the consortium. Richard is just the latest in those interviews. So it's a great conversation that we have with him, why value stream management should be important to organizations as well. So great conversation there. After that, we have the latest episode of the CISO Talk series that we produce. In this one, which is about the future of workforce cybersecurity, Alan and Matt Newfield, who is also a co-host, they talk with Christina Galayam, I apologize for that, Karen Moore, Joel Fulton, and obviously Mitch Ashley as well. And they talk about the new normal for cybersecurity, which, if you think about it, every year is a new normal for cybersecurity. There are so many things happening at any given time that cybersecurity is quite literally a moving target. So they talk about what we can expect in cybersecurity these days, things such as cybersecurity risk insurance, protecting home networks, keeping routers, Wi-Fi, access points, computers, gaming devices, tablets, IoT devices, all those things on the network. How do we protect them all effectively? It's a great conversation, and if your organization is having any thoughts regarding its cybersecurity, and really who isn't these days, it's definitely a conversation you want to listen to. All right, after that, we have the next in the part 2 of the Haunted Hacker podcast series, hosted by Mike Jones. And as with yesterday's, he spoke with Gordon Lawson of Rangeforce, and they had a very interesting discussion on cybersecurity in general. And I know Gordon gave away a couple licenses as well. So that was a great conversation, and this is a continuation of that. After the Haunted Hacker, we have our latest Something Old, which is kind of an oxymoron if you think about it. This one is from Predict 2021, and it features Alex Riebert, who is the co-founder and developer of All Secure, and he talks about increasing DevSecOps maturity level in 2021. DevSecOps adoption, as we all know, is on the rise among business leaders who want to hold software development teams accountable for stronger system-wide data security. But DevSecOps sometimes is easier said than done. So he takes a look at some of the ways that organizations can effectively adopt DevSecOps in their organizations, and how the future of tools like fuzzing can help increase organizational DevSecOps safe coding languages, as well as just kind of the future of DevSecOps in general. It's a great presentation that he has. Definitely one worth checking out. All right, after that, I come on with the news headlines, and then I have a great discussion with Sean McDermott, who is the founder and CEO of Windward Consulting. And I will preface this by telling you that in no way was I thinking about putting Sean McDermott's interview a day ahead of St. Patrick's Day, but that's neither here nor there. Sean and I talk about what some of the security gaps are being created by rapid digital transformation, and how taking action through IT tools and rationalization can actually solve the issue and prevent future concerns. It's an interesting conversation that we have about digital transformation and all of the security implications that have been created by that. So it's a great conversation, and definitely one worth listening to if you've got the time. After that, I have a conversation with Mike Adler, who is the Chief Product Officer at RSA. He and I talk about how and why organizations should be increasingly extending detection and response from the user through the network and into the cloud. It's basically a conversation about security at the network edge, and it is a great one. So definitely listen to that one. After that, I'll have the webinar preview for you. After that, we've got The View with Vizard. Mike Vizard comes on and talks with Weaveworks CTO Cornelia Davis. They talk about the open source Flux project, what's happening there, and how it's going to advance adoption of best GitOps practices. We talk about GitOps a lot more these days, and Weaveworks is a leader in the GitOps space with Flux. So Cornelia has a lot of insight on the topic, and it's definitely one worth checking out. All right, lots of stuff happening on today's episode, and we're going to get things kicked off right after this commercial message. All right, welcome back, everybody. Kicking off today's conversations are Alan and Scott Buchholz, who is the managing director at Deloitte Consulting. They talk about the latest Deloitte annual survey, some of the survey results, and some of the insight into the report itself and what it means for the industry. So let's give it a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for another TechStrong TV segment here. My guest for this segment is Scott Buchholz of Deloitte. Scott, welcome to TechStrong TV.
Alan, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to have you on here. I really like that background. You know, one of the nice things about doing these interviews over Zoom is people get to pick their background, so to speak, and it's always interesting to see the different backgrounds they have, and I would expect nothing less of Deloitte than to have a quality background like that. But Scott, go ahead.
I was going to say, it beats the spare bedroom view that I'm in, so.
Yes. Well, we've had, so the end of this month will be a year of doing TechStrong TV. We started with COVID, basically. And over that year, I will tell you, we've had a few somewhat embarrassing episodes of whether it be the spare bedroom or the outside or the kitchen. We once had one lady she was in London, and the way her flat was laid out, the bathroom was on one side of the kitchen. I guess the bedrooms were on the other side of the kitchen. Her husband didn't know that she was recording, and he came out of the shower to go to the bedroom, and yeah, I thought she was going to melt into her kitchen cabinets, but it's all good. It's the times we live in. Anyway, Scott, why don't we before we jump into what our topic is, why don't we give people a little bit of your background, your sense of what you do at Deloitte.
Sure. Thanks, Alan. At Deloitte, I do a number of different things, a lot of them focused around emerging technology. So I lead our annual tech trends research that we've been doing for the past 12 years. I also am responsible for figuring out what is next for quantum computing and quantum technologies, and really just helping our clients figure out what to do as they look at what's over the horizon for technology.
You know, I'd love to have a conversation with you about quantum. I actually had interviewed someone from a security perspective, what it's going to mean for password security, and NIST and some of these organizations are already looking at this. But today we're going to talk about, you said it was the 12th edition of the Tech Trends Survey? That's fantastic. That's a body of work. Let's talk about that if you don't mind, Scott. It's your survey, it's your report. So I'm going to kind of ask you, what do you think of the big takeaways for our audience?
It's interesting because after 12 years of doing this, what we've been trying to do is look 18 to 24 months just over the horizon. We're trying to find things that are present in technology today, but that are likely to be at scale in the future. And, a couple of interesting things maybe for your audience are, we publish our report on the internet, so you can go download it from Deloitte.com. It's free to reuse, use and review. And we include client stories. So one of the things we've found is really important is being able to say, not just this is what's going on, but this is how somebody else has gotten there. And so this is to help you envision what your journey might be like. And so over the course of 12 years, we've seen all kinds of change. And what we've started to find is there are patterns that wind up reoccurring. Many of them are probably no surprise. Topics like the various flavors of modernizing systems and reviving them comes up time and time again. Artificial intelligence and machine learning winds up coming up, cybersecurity. This year, though, there were some topics around what does the future of work look like? How do we better align strategy and execution? That was actually a really interesting one. And so we've got topics like those, topics like diversity, equity, and inclusion technology, and a few other things as well.
Absolutely. Scott, for me, one of the big things this year, and it's directly related to, the remote work situation and diversity, is more importantly, culture. The culture of the workplace, the culture of an organization. We're DevOps.com here, and among several other brands. And DevOps culture has always been an important piece of DevOps, but a lot of people pay lip service to culture. I don't know if they really understand how important it is. But I will tell you, just from our little small company here, with everyone being remote, we leaned more and more on our culture of who we are, how we work, how we interact, how we deliver, right? How we reach our audience. I can't emphasize. I think one of the big lessons of 2020 is it's a cultural thing. Also, I think going forward, as we talk about who's going to come back to the office, who's not going to come back to the office, what's the new normal going to be? Again, culture is at the heart of that. How do we maintain our corporate identity, our tribal knowledge, right? In this brave new world that we're going to be living in. So, I'm wondering if anything like that came up in the survey. Any kind of trends there?
I would say that we look at things that are IT trends, but Alan, as you pointed out, there is always a subtext of, if it's not culture, it's organizational change, it's roles and responsibilities, it's, how do we work, and all of those things invariably enter into the discussion, because ultimately Deloitte really isn't a technology for its own sake kind of organization. It's technology for the sake of helping people solve business problems. And I have yet to run into a business problem that gets solved that didn't involve people somewhere along the way. And Getting people to change is really the art of how all of this becomes successful. Your DevOps comment, by the way, reminds me of one of my favorite observations. One of my colleagues who's in the organizational change management space used to go to the DevOps conferences, and she said everybody would start by saying, culture is really hard, culture is really important. Let's talk about technology.
Tools. Yeah. I call it bag diving, right? They go right to the bag. Let me tell you what shiny trinket I have here. But nevertheless, I think the lesson is, yeah, the tools are great, the technology is great, but it's about the people. And I think you said something, Scott, which is important, is that sooner or later it comes down to the people. The technology is about the people in a certain extent, But in any event, let's talk about some of these trends for 2021. What do you think would be sort of what most surprised you, if you will? What do you think was, maybe the most counterintuitive of the trends that you saw coming out?
So I think the most counterintuitive one is a little bit the geekiest one. So I have to give you a little context first.
Okay.
What we're seeing, one of the trends that we identified, we call ML ops. So the idea of people as they're trying to say, I want to do AI and machine learning. It's really hard in most organizations. If I'm trying to go from a dozen models to hundreds or thousands, I need something that looks like DevOps to smooth the path so that it's easy to go from idea to production. So that makes a lot of sense, right? It has a whole lot of moving parts. We could talk for hours about that. But here's the interesting thing is as you start moving in that direction, the thing that you begin to find is we've actually spent 5 decades managing data for humans. It's so that, you and I could have a couple pieces of data to make a couple of decisions because that's the limit of what we can do. Well, AI can look at tens of thousands of data points, not 7 plus or minus 3. It can do it all the time, every day, all day. And it can do it at scales that, just don't match what humans need. And so there's actually, we call it machine data revolution. There's actually a really interesting set of stuff going on around data management where people are realizing it's not clear that we've been doing this the right way for a long time, or at least it's not clear that the old way of doing things is going to be the new way.
I agreed. So for the last 3, 4, 5 plus years, we've been hearing about AI and ML, and a lot of my friends in the technology world came to the point where, quite frankly, today and for the last 5 years, AI has been nonsense. We're not really in AI. We're really living in ML for the most part. And it's machine learning, recognizing patterns and stuff like that. I got to tell you, I saw a demo yesterday for a company. I'm not going to mention the name right now, but the demo was cloud optimization, actually. So you have a complex cloud deployment. Could be multi-cloud, single cloud, whatever. You set it loose on this product on that cloud deployment. And using ML, AI, and some algorithms, within an hour, it runs all the permutations of how to best configure and continuously optimize your cloud. And they had a reference customer, was Quicken Online, not QuickBooks, Quicken Online. They saved 78% savings in cloud costs, and at the same time, we're something just under 20% faster. The way their apps, the way their apps ran by this optimization. How did you do it? I asked the CEO and the CTO. The answer was, we took people out of it. These are microservice-based applications that have hundreds, if not thousands, of threads, and human beings at this point are incapable of dealing with all the permutations here and all the dials that can be set within your cloud environment to truly optimize, because the humans are doing it kind of by gut, by past experience. You know what I mean? It's art, not science. Where this product just ran through them all and, within the hour and came up with the optimal thing, and then continuously monitors it to improve it. To me, that's what we're talking about here, Scott. Humans can't keep up with that. We can't compete with that. Good or bad, I don't know.
Well, I think it's interesting, right? Because if you look at a lot of the studies, and I believe, by the way, this to be true, is that in most cases, or almost all cases, computers combined with people in thoughtful, deliberate ways beat computers or people alone. And you're talking about the case where, which is absolutely true, where you have a ton of information, you have a ton of data, you have a ton of dials, and there are non-intuitive relationships between all the piece parts. And absolutely, machine learning is really great at taking stuff like that candidly is really tedious and finicky, and figuring out better answers. Now, you probably still need a human to look at the thing in the first place and actually say whether or not the whole design hangs together. So your computer engineer can make it run better, but your human architect can probably tell you whether or not it's, the roof is on the floor in the first place. Right. And so I actually personally believe that that's a really great example of, I don't want to say a job, that's well suited to, it's probably a job that's well suited to somebody who never gets bored. Well, right. Computers never get bored. Now, it's also probably not going to give you a creative answer or a super creative answer on the other hand either, because that's not really what it's designed to do. Yep. And so I actually believe, Alan, that, and I've seen a bunch of other cases where machine learning can show much more breadth of human understanding than people sort of typically appreciate. And in the best cases, people are saying, look, let's take the best of what the machine can do with the best of what the human can do and put those together and make 1 + 1 be 3, not, 1 + 0 is 1 somehow.
Yeah. I mean, whenever we come to these sort of moments in time, if you want to call it that, there's always an adjustment period, though, Scott, right? Where it takes a little bit of, trial and error, so to speak, until you recognize what is the right ratio of human to machine in this case, or what have you. And I think maybe that, it's that awkward adolescent stage. I think we're there in a lot of these areas right now when it comes to things around ML and AI. We're at that awkward adolescent stage where we're recognizing, automation allows us to go much faster than we can is not automated. And if we're going to automate, it's really hard for humans to keep up at that level. But finding the right mix, finding the right dial settings for both of these, and how you interact with the human, is I think still, that's where we are now. We're not quite fumbling in the dark, but we're learning. We're learning as we go here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's right. And here's another fun thing to think about, which is, if you think back a decade, what we called AI was talking to your computer and having it talk back. And if you went, a decade back from there, it was automated translation. And if you went a decade back from there, and if you come forward to today, those things have product names. They're not AI anymore because my phone does it, right? So that's no longer artificial intelligence. So what you find when you look at the history of the field is what we call AI is always in the future. It's always the thing we can't do quite yet. And the stuff that we've somehow grown accustomed to over the past little while is somehow normal. And so, 100%, yes, we've reached the adolescent stage. We have reached the next stage of automation technology, where we went from things that were straightforward and rule-based to now things that are a little bit more probabilistic, a little bit more, require a little bit more discernment and judgment. And then the question is, where do we go from here, and how do we figure out what are good things to apply repeated discernment and judgment, and where is human creativity really required?
Yep, and we'll get there. I'm confident of that. Scott, what about maybe some other trends that you saw?
Well, I think one of the interesting ones too is really around people are rethinking. So COVID gave a real big jump to IT departments' credibility, which then meant, also people were working remotely and realizing how difficult it was to work with some of our old legacy systems or our old core systems. And so some of what we've also seen is people taking the past year and starting to relook at modernization, or relook at putting a new interface on an old system, or relook at some of those things. And I think increasingly we're seeing, new technologies, new techniques, new approaches. People are just getting more creative than we did a few years ago. So people are starting to say, hey, if I've got a whole lot of legacy code and I don't really know what it does, there are better tools today to help try to find the business rules in the code so that you can pull them out in a more automated way. If you're trying to put a new interface on your application and do things, some of the low code and no code solutions are working really well. And so they've become a lot more powerful. There's actually a lot more they can do. It's interesting to see as well in terms of the trends, how much some of the old technologies are catching up. And, when you go talk to people who have legacy problems, a lot of times people will say, well, 10 years ago, we looked at doing such and thus, and it didn't make sense at the time. And so sometimes what we tell people is, look, if you haven't looked in the past few years, you might want to look again. The landscape and the sophistication of the tools is actually quite a bit higher than it was even a couple of years ago.
Agreed. We did a virtual event, I think it was a full 8 or 10 hour day on the low code, no code market. We had a lot of the leading players in there, and a bunch of organizations who've used it to make, this isn't Microsoft Minesweeper or whatever. They're creating real business apps that you'd look at and say, no idea it was made in a low code, no code environment. And I think that trend's only continuing. I actually interviewed a professor from the University of Texas, Dallas, just the other day, who, they've started teaching this now. They have 2 different versions of it, one for developers, one for non-developers. Because non-developers, can, if they need to get something done and they don't have, developer talent is at such a premium. It's a quick way of making things happen. You said something else though, Scott, that I think is worthwhile digging into, and that is sort of the justification of IT. I forgot exactly the phrase you used, but the recognition of IT. And I think one of the big things that we saw coming out of 2020 and into 2021 is that we're finally, non-IT C-level folks are starting to recognize that IT is not just a cost center anymore. And one of the top goals should be, how do I cut my IT budget, right? How do I become more efficient in IT, save some money and still get the same thing? No, those investments in IT pay off in a better business, a more profitable business, a just better. And that's encouraging and refreshing after spending so many years in the IT world to see this really starting to take hold now.
Yeah, and yes, and so here are a couple interesting things just to know, right? We've done studies of board effectiveness, and one of the things that we've found is companies who have boards who are more technically savvy perform better than those who don't, right? By statistically significant amounts. We've found that increasingly, what organizations are finding is that they come up with their corporate strategies, that the more technically savvy and technically aware the individuals are who are in charge of those, the more effective they are. Because if you think about it, Alan, if your strategy says we're going to turn left and your technology wheel only goes right, I keep telling people your organization's only going one way, right? And so the fact of the matter is, what we're starting to see is people are saying, look, we need more technical savvy in our C-suite, because those are the people who have to be able to ask the questions and check the assumptions of the technologists who are, plugging the values into the system, so that you get the results that you're after from an organizational point of view. And then maybe my last thought is there's a Fortune 50 CEO I've worked with over the years who I remember telling me, it appears to be largely gone the days when CEOs were proud of the fact that they had no idea what was going on in IT. Right? Because, they would never have said, well, I don't know what's going on in finance or legal or accounting, right? Mm-hmm. But they were proud of saying, I didn't know what's going on in IT. And those days are fast disappearing, because people are realizing IT more and more and more is a part of everything.
Absolutely. That is good to hear. It's a good note to end on. Scott, we're almost out of time. I want to make, as I mentioned to you earlier, it goes quick, the time. Is there anything important you want to get in, to tell our audience here, or that we maybe haven't covered?
I think, look, I just think there's a ton of stuff going on. And so my thing for people is, if I were you, I would read our report, or at least read the executive summary and the client stories that are of most interest to you. But if even you don't do that, make sure that you're keeping an ear to the ground with what's going on in technology. The challenge sometimes is it's easy to get lost because there are so many shiny objects, as you were talking about, Alan. Yep. The reality, though, is if you can step back from what's going on, you realize the trends are actually repeating, recurring, and self-reinforcing. And so you can actually, whether it's our report or others, you can actually start to see a little bit more of what's going on. And that tends to be helpful when you're trying to figure out what to do next.
Agreed. But you make a good point, Scott. For people who want to read the report, where can they go?
If they just drop Deloitte Tech Trends into their favorite search box, it'll take you right to it.
Perfect. All righty. Scott Buchholz here from Deloitte, talking about Tech Trends 2021. You can go Google, or if you don't want to Google, whatever your search bot is, Deloitte Tech Trends 2021 will take you to it. You can read the report, the case studies, the summaries. A lot of slices of it there. Go check it out. Scott, thanks for joining us. Come back and keep us posted. Love to talk about this stuff.
This was great. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. All right. That's it for this segment on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with another guest.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, welcome back. Next up, we have Alan talking with Anthony Woods, who's the CTO and co-founder of Grafana Labs. They talk about the latest release of Grafana Enterprise Stack, which brings enterprise scale and features to observability. It's a great conversation learning all about Grafana Enterprise Stack, so let's give it a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us on another TechStrong TV interview. We have Anthony Woods, co-founder Grafana Labs, here on TechStrong TV. Hey Anthony, welcome to TechStrong TV.
Hi, Alan. Thanks. It's great to be here and have this opportunity to talk with you.
It's our pleasure to have you on, Anthony. So, Anthony, we've had the pleasure. We've probably interviewed like Raj Dutt, CEO and your co-founder at Grafana. We probably interviewed Raj 2 or 3 times, but this is the first time I think you're on TechStrong.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. Yeah. So yeah, Raj is. I think he's been on at least a couple of times, but I'm excited to also have the opportunity.
Absolutely. Our audience, look, Anthony, our audience is a fairly technical audience. We play in digital transformation, DevOps, cloud native, cyber. So they know, I'm going to guess, the majority of the people know Grafana Labs and some of the great projects, open source projects and products that you guys are associated with. But for those who may not, there might be some out there this is a case of first impression of. Why don't we give them a little background on Grafana Labs and maybe a little bit of your background?
Sure, thanks. Grafana, obviously started with our third co-founder, Torkel, as a personal project, to solve, his own problems with around visualizing data and, launch the open source project. And then myself and Raj and Torkel came together, to form the company, right? To find a way to, keep accelerating that open source project and, grow adoption and find a way to, turn it into a business. We've been doing that for more than 6 years now. It's been, amazing to be a kind of part of that. The open source project, with Grafana, it's, been extremely popular, with adoption. It's obviously its primary focus is around data visualization, and metrics. So we've seen people really start kind of developing their own observability teams within divisions to better understand what's happening in their applications in their environments. And Grafana is a tool that was designed to bring that data together and make that visualizations and dashboards and ability to understand what's happening much easier for people. So it's been definitely been a fun ride. Torkel's been very passionate about the Grafana project, and when we started, I had the opportunity to focus on our infrastructure and our cloud-based platform, which was great to be able to build that and kind of scale that. And more recently, I've transitioned across to our enterprise division, focusing on how we can take kind of the great capabilities in our open source projects and kind of build up upon that to kind of meet the demands of our enterprise customers through our enterprise offerings.
Excellent. Of course, I introduced you as co-founder. What's your present title, though, with Grafana?
Yeah, sure. So I'm co-founder and CTO. Since we started, have been really focused around the tech stack and infrastructure and kind of strategy around that. Also dealing a lot around our compliance and security as well. Sure.
It's interesting. We're spending a lot of time really digging into what we call the CXO space here, and so I've been in IT a long time, and the CIO used to own all. The technology, right? If it was IT related, the CIO. What we've seen is, yesterday's CIO is a lot of times today's CTO or CPO, right? Where the CTO now owns the technology stack, right? And the CPO owns, the product and everything that goes with it, oftentimes even including the infrastructure. So, and this is why I think, and then we've seen other times, I've run into a bunch of this recently. The CIO is the CISO too. The CISO is the CIO, combining security. And so this is why I think, in today's world, CXO becomes a very viable, kind of area, because you can't just say it's the CIO anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely been a challenge for me, starting out, with a small startup, and as we grow and just trying to understand, what my role should be, right? And,
right.
There's a lot of, conflicting opinions about, what the role of a CTO is and kind of responsibilities. But certainly for me, it's a lot focused around the technology stack, but we have a great team of engineering leaders, that support that. And, just within our organization, we've been very kind of bottoms up approach to a lot of things. The the top down is really, for me, it's more on the security side. A lot of the kind of the CISO kind of role, making sure you've got the right kind of security processes in place, and that's been a lot of work. And I have actually really enjoyed it, focusing on that part of the business and, making sure we can meet our, ISO, 27001 and SOC 2, compliance requirements, which has definitely been challenging, but also rewarding, kind of completing those things.
Got it. So let's turn, some recent, so you're in charge of like helping to define now the enterprise product and service. Let's talk a little bit about it. There's been some changes recently from Grafana on it. Tell our audience.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. So, we've obviously had our open source project, and we many years ago, brought on the Grafana Enterprise piece to, provide the support and the additional kind of features and capabilities that customers, were looking for. And so more recently in February, we launched our Grafana Enterprise Stack, which is, taking Grafana Enterprise, our metrics enterprise, or enterprise metrics offering, and our new Grafana Enterprise logs offering as well, and kind of bringing them all together as one, unified product. So it's the 1 + 1 is greater than 2 kind of scenario, where we can take these core pieces, they're designed to work together, and when you kind of plug it all in, kind of the capabilities that you give you, exceeds just the value of the individual components. And so this is really great for us to be able to kind of move from having some great products and kind of components that customers could use to build their observability stack, to having the complete solution. And that's definitely the feedback we got from our customers. When we were speaking to them, what they were looking for was, they loved the Grafana products that we had, but they really just wanted us to provide them with all the answers, the total solution, so they could just get it up and running and kind of get the best of breed offering, to enable their developers and their engineers to get more done. So bringing all those pieces together, to provide that solution, we're really excited about it.
I would imagine, absolutely. So, and it's hard to put a whole enterprise offering into a particular bucket, if you will. But would you say Grafana Enterprise, a great observability platform or observability solution, or is it observability plus? Like, how do you, what's the best way, do you think, to categorize that?
Yeah, definitely. So we've certainly focused, as a business, through our commercial offerings around the observability stack. Grafana itself, from the open source project, we want to keep it as flexible and as open to any use case possible. But we've definitely been, more focused on the kind of commercial side. But obviously, you can kind of combine all that data, with Grafana. So we have kind of the core observability stack around your metrics and logs from your applications and your infrastructure. But then with the enterprise plugins that we have available on Grafana Enterprise, you can bring in data from other systems. So start moving more into kind of the BI space, where you can bring in your sales data, or you can bring in your kind of core business data that you might have in an SQL based database, and combine that with performance metrics you're seeing on your application to get those really good insights and understanding of what's happening in your environment and how changes in your environment impact your overall business.
Excellent. So talk to me, how people out here listening say, yeah, I'd like to check this out. How is it priced? How is it packaged, if you will, for folks?
Yep. So, the Grafana Enterprise piece, is packaged up and priced on a seat basis, so per user based model. And then for the backend components, for the metric storage, the log storage, it's just kind of one standard price around cores. And we've also kind of unified that, where you can just purchase the number of cores you want, and mix and match between logs and metrics however you like. It's a kind of consistent pricing, which gives customers a little bit of flexibility, and also give them the opportunity, if they want to solve metrics now but start exploring logs, they can use some of the overhead capacity to kind of explore that, and start seeing the benefits that they can gain from that product over some of the other tools that they probably already or certainly already have in their environment.
Sure do. One of with this business model, Anthony, of being an open source project, not benefactor, but contributor, founder. Yeah, is kind of where does the open source end and where does the commercial product begin? Where's the line for you?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's something that we are regularly talking about internally. And open source is so important to us as an organization, right? We're very passionate about it. We want to keep delivering as much as we can to the entire community, but at the same time, we need to be able to fund that development, to make sure that we can continue doing this for a long time. And so we've really had a fairly simple approach. We kind of look at the features and capabilities that we want to deliver, and if we feel that they've got wide applicability to our entire community, we'll put it in open source. If it's more focused around enterprise businesses, then we'll put that in the enterprise product. And so a lot of the times this has been focused around security, kind of access control, which is why I'm very passionate about the enterprise side, having to deal with the security and our own compliance requirements. I have an appreciation for some of the issues and struggles that our customers are facing, and so really kind of bringing in those security-minded and compliance-based features into our enterprise products, just to smooth through those compliance needs and just make it much easier for customers to meet their compliance obligations and keep their data secure and at the same time still enable their users to be able to do what it is they need to do.
Got it. We didn't talk pricing though. I don't know if you're comfortable talking pricing. How, as comfortable as you are, how give our folks an idea of what how is this priced?
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about it, but very simple. We don't talk about pricing publicly on our enterprise offerings. So, it's definitely something, that we still, work with our sales teams. We find that, there's a lot of, complexity, within the offerings and, flexibility and kind of understanding customers, unique kind of requirements and needs. And so kind of engaging with our solutions and our sales teams to help, they can kind of work with you to understand the challenges and kind of see how we can support them best. It's the best way to kind of get insights.
Sure. All right. So, congratulations on the release of this enterprise stack and offering. Anthony, where do you think it goes from here?
Yeah, definitely. So, we're really excited. We've seen, I guess, explosion within the industry, around observability. A lot of it, we're seeing huge amounts of adoption around the kind of Prometheus ecosystem. I think a lot of that's driven by Kubernetes. Prometheus is really well designed for that environment. We're seeing huge adoption on Kubernetes. So we're going to continue, focusing on those use cases. So the metrics offering we have is obviously, based on the Prometheus model. Our new enterprise logs that's built based on our open source Loki project, was designed for that use case as well. And the next phase, that we've already started, on the open source side is on the distributed tracing side. So we have our open source Tempo project, and so we've started, getting great community feedback from that. The community really, kind of have, understood it and see the value in it and really excited about it. And so we're just kind of building up some maturity in that product, but we, intend to bring that into the Grafana enterprise stack, later this year. Just to have that complete, observability and just, one of the great things I love about, the products that we have is just how well they work together. So we have really great workflows, across metrics, logs, and traces where you can, move from metrics and be able to pivot across to logs because they're using similar label, kind of metadata. And then you can go straight from logs, directly into a single trace, and be able to kind of mix between, all three. So you can, enables engineers to really quickly dive down to kind of root cause of where problems are happening and get, kind of clear picture of what's happening in their environment.
Excellent. So Anthony, with the last year, has certainly been an unusual year to say the least. Reaching the community, we're not doing in person, though maybe KubeCon October in Los Angeles, if enough of us have vaccines, we could do something. But how has that kind of helped, hurt, or not been a factor in getting ready this enterprise offering and rolling it out to market?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it's definitely been a struggle. I mean, as an organization, being fortunate that we've always been a remote first company, so that haven't had too many shifts there, but it's still been challenging for us internally. It's fine that everyone's already used to being at home, but now with children at home, and other family members, it can make it a little bit more difficult. On the kind of the commercial side, we've seen a huge amount of success. Organizations, they want to get more insight into what's happening in their environment, see where there's, opportunity to optimize and improve things so that they can reduce costs. So, we're seeing, really great adoption of Grafana on that side, because it is really enabling customers to tune, their operating expenses a little bit better. On the open source, observability conference we held last year as well. It's been a challenge to try and find the right kind of delivery mechanism. We want to kind of maintain that intimacy with our community and have kind of really good engagement, and I think we're getting better at it. But obviously the industry in general, it's tough not being able to go and talk to people and find out what's happening. But there's plenty of opportunities, like what we're doing here today, where we can kind of share information and give people insights as to what's happening. And we'll see how we go. I mean, I think everyone's looking forward to the day when we can start meeting up in person again. But right now, things are going pretty well.
Good. Anthony, you know what we didn't tell people? We didn't even tell them where to go to find out more information or download it or to contact you guys. Where can they go?
Yeah, best place to go for that is just to our website, so grafana.com. And from there they'll be able to find all the information they need, both on our enterprise offering, as well as our Grafana Cloud platform, which provides similar kind of same capabilities, except we take care of running it and managing it for customers.
Excellent. All right, Anthony Woods, thanks for being our guest here on TechStrong TV, man. You did great. Look forward to having you on again in the future. Keep up the great work.
All right, thanks, Alan. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, I definitely look forward to the next time.
All right, say hello to all our friends at Grafana.
I will.
Anthony Woods, CTO, co-founder, Grafana Labs here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back with our next guest.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. ContainerJournal.com is operated by MediaOps Inc., the team behind DevOps.com, Digital Anarchist, SecurityBoulevard.com, DevOps Connect, and DevOpsDozen.com.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. In our next segment, we have a conversation with Richard Naster, who is the chief scientist at Digital.ai. He is a member of the Value Stream Management Consortium, and his organization is a founding member, and he tells us about why his organization got into the Value Stream Management Consortium and what he thinks about Value Stream Management in general. So let's give this one a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, this is Alan, and welcome to another TechStrong TV segment. Our guest for this segment is Richard Naster. Richard is the chief scientist of Digital AI, which is, of course, one of the 5 founding members of the Value Stream Management Consortium that we have been covering. Richard, welcome to TechStrong TV.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
So as I mentioned, Richard, you are the chief scientist, but talk to us. What exactly, how does one become the chief scientist? at digital AI and maybe a little digital AI background?
Sure. I just recently joined Digital AI in January, just about a month ago. And prior to joining Digital AI, I worked for Scaled Agile as a methodologist and fellow. And so I developed a framework for Scaled Agile. I developed courses, helped customers on strategic accounts, did lots of training, and really helped enjoying people make their work environment much more enjoyable and where they can win in the marketplace. So from there, I knew Ashok Reddy, the CEO, from the past. He and I used to work together at IBM. And I wasn't looking to leave, but Ashok, he's very charismatic, and he told me about this amazing company that he was building, and I just couldn't resist the opportunity to join. And one of the reasons what makes it so interesting is that they have tooling now for the entire software value stream, from agile planning to release, deploy, security, the entire life cycle of tools. So it consists of 5 companies that were put together to form Digital AI. And the other piece of Digital AI, which is, I think, one of the most exciting pieces, is a company called Numerify that we've made part of Digital AI. And they're the AI in Digital AI. They're the artificial intelligence. And so what our value stream does, value stream management platform does, is bring all those tools, the best of breed tools together. Plus, it can connect any tools into our platform and get intelligence about what is happening during the software development process.
Excellent. So Richard, like you, I knew Ashok from his IBM days. I didn't work with him, but we knew Ashok here at DevOps.com from his IBM days. And then from there over to CA Technologies, which then became Broadcom. And we continued to stay in touch with Ashok. And then we actually covered, as part of our DevOps.com coverage, we covered Zibia Labs, and we covered...
Roxanne or...
No, the other virtual... I'm drawing a blank. The first 2 companies were Zibia and the people who had value stream management.
You're talking about version 1 CollabNet.
Version 1 CollabNet, version 1. Yes, that was it. So we had covered them, right? And when they first came together, we actually had Ashok on the show, and we announced it here. It was before they came up with the name. It was a company to be an artist formerly known as, and then of course Digital AI was the name, and since then they've done 3 or more acquisitions. So, and we've covered every one. Our audience is familiar. What a great story! And then speaking to Ashok, I don't think you guys are done acquiring just yet either. They're continue to add to the lineup there.
Yeah, I think we'll. As we need to, we'll add, but we've just put 5 companies together, and that was quite a feat to make that happen. So we'll see what happens with additional acquisitions, but you never know.
Yes. So we're here today, though, to talk about the recently announced Value Stream Management Consortium. And as I mentioned off camera to you, Richard, we've had the pleasure of interviewing 3 or 4 of the founding members, as well as the chair of the group, Helen Beal. And it's really exciting, and we see a lot of promise in it. I'd like to ask you, Richard, the same kind of things I've asked some of the other folks, which is a lot of confusion in the market around value stream. Are we talking about value stream mapping, value stream platforms? What exactly is value stream management? So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to define for our audience, what is value stream management to you? What does it mean?
Yeah, and maybe it might be a good idea to just define what a value stream is before we go into what value stream management. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so let's start with that. And I think there's a lot of confusion in the industry about what a value stream is, because this discipline came from lean manufacturing. And it's been only in the past recent years where we've now applied it to software development. And value stream management is all about looking at the series of interconnected processes from a customer request to the time that request is delivered to the customer. And what we're trying to do with value stream management is to reduce the time it takes to go from customer request to getting value. And we want to look at a couple different things with value stream management, because a lot of people just look at the DevOps piece of it. But we really need to be concerned also with the planning aspect and also with strategy and how much investment that we want to put in a particular value stream. So at Scaled Agile, one of the things, the innovations that we came up with was that value streams are managed in a portfolio. And the portfolio is a collection of development value streams. Those values, or DevOps value streams, you might want to call it. These are the value streams that are used to create digital solutions and provide them to the business value streams for them to sell those products and services. But it's really concerned about bringing the most amount of value to customers in the shortest sustainable lead time with the most quality and value that we can provide. And so it looks at the whole life cycle from request to when that request is delivered to customers.
Excellent. It's one of, you know what? We've had 4 people define it. I thought that's one of the best, Richard. Excellent, excellent.
Thank you. And I think another really, that strategy piece, I think, is really important, because when we look at value streams in terms of a portfolio, then we could look at how much are we investing in this value stream versus this value stream, and which value stream are we getting the most customers, the most sales, the most market share, and maybe we need to invest more in another value stream which is weaker, or maybe we should be putting more value in this value stream. So now when we take a portfolio view, we can think about how much we're investing in that product or service, because basically a value stream is used to deliver a product or service to a customer.
Fair enough. So, actually, it really blew me away, that answer. That's good stuff. The next area I wanted to ask you to kind of talk about is why did Digital AI feel compelled to be a founding member here, right? What is the driving piece behind that?
I think that, it's really interesting where we're at today with value stream management. And I almost think back to the times when Agile was thought about, the concept of Agile and the Agile Manifesto. And value stream management is still very new, even though it's not a new concept, because it comes back from lean manufacturing all the way to the days of Toyota. And what's new in the past, I would say 5 to 7 years, we've been using the disciplines in value stream management to apply it to software development. And so we're in the infancy of value stream management. And therefore, nobody has all the answers. Now, I'm fortunate to have worked at Scaled Agile, and we have been talking about value streams there for a long time, and managing those value streams in a portfolio. But most of the industry has not had an opportunity to really dig into value streams and why it's so important. So getting together industry leaders to have standardized terms for things like value stream management, and what is a value stream, and what is value stream mapping, and to share our collective experiences with our customers so that people can, learn this new discipline and be able to really get the benefits out of their lean and agile transformations. My hypothesis is that many organizations have spent millions, if not billions of dollars, in the marketplace on digital transformation, doing agile and doing DevOps, but they really haven't achieved the kind of transformation that they're looking for. And what I think is the problem is there's still a lot of delays in the process. Value seems to bop all around the place to get from one end to the other. And even though that we've done Agile and that we've done DevOps, we still have silos. So, we used to have the silos of functional departments and moving work from one functional department over to another functional department. Then we said, okay, well, let's try further subdividing that into specialties. So then we had the game of that I call waiting on specialists. We're always waiting for a specialist. And our teams aren't designed to deliver value in the shortest amount of lead time. So this is to me, like the golden thread that we need to take us from the very beginning of the life cycle to the end. And the reason why it's golden is because gold represents value. And the thread, it's the thing that connects these series of processes together in the most efficient way so that we can minimize waste and delays.
Excellent. So, it's March. We're launching Value Stream Management. And we've heard from some of the other folks, Richard. We know, the launch right now is sort of a minimally viable product. There's plans to add more members, corporate members, practitioners, perhaps more vendors. Maybe do some research and a survey, around Value Stream Management. What do you, from your point of view and digital AI's point of view, what does success look like for this consortium?
Success looks like, to me, is that we are sharing our knowledges and experiences. We have a lot of great thought leaders with all the other vendors as well. And to share our knowledge and experience working with those customers on how do we implement value stream management, value stream mapping, and all the other lean tools that are associated with it. And to get practitioners, from all sorts of companies and all sorts of industries to participate in this consortium. And so that we can share our information and knowledge, because it's still a very new discipline of value stream management. So it's very important that we can have this community that is willing to give back. None of us get paid on the value stream consortium as board members. We just do as volunteer work. And I love giving back to the community because, lean and agile have been such a big part of my life, and it has really provided so much back to me, whether it's from personal Kanban or helping improve the lives of people, creating an environment where people can really flourish and enjoy their jobs coming in. For me, I've been very fortunate that I love what I do. And so I never have to work a day in my life. I just really love what I do. So and I want to bring that to other people, and we want to bring that to other people in the consortium. And we think this has been the missing glue to connect Agile and DevOps and other practices as well. Excellent.
Rich, we're about out of time, but I wanted to just mention for our audience, the consortium's website is vsmconsortium.org, correct? And so if you want to find out more about the Value Stream Management Consortium, please go visit their website. In addition to, we have one more interview we're going to do, I think, with the folks at Desktop around this. And then we also have a roundtable discussion we're going to have with all 5 founding members in Ellen, which we'll be putting on soon, and we're looking forward to that. But Richard, thanks for coming on. Congratulations in the new role at Digital AI. It sounds like Shook put the squeeze on you and got you in there. I'm sure we'll see you back.
He's a great leader, so he didn't have to do much of a squeeze.
All right, good then. I hope to see you back on here on TechStrong TV then with some digital AI and maybe consortium info.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks, Richard. Richard Nestor, Chief Scientist, Digital AI. founding member of the Value Stream Management Consortium here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with our next guest.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up, we have the latest installment of the CISO Talk series. This one features Alan Schimmel and Matt Newfield, as always, along with Christine Gallian. I think I got that wrong. Galian, I think that is right. Karen Moore, Joel Fulton, and of course Mitch Ashley. They talk about the future of workforce cybersecurity. Lots of great insight in this conversation. So let's give this one a listen.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel and welcome to CISO Talk. CISO Talk's a bi-weekly or every other week show where we talk about relevant topics to CISOs, wannabe CISOs, and security managers about the current state of affairs in cybersecurity. My co-host for this is Matthew Newfield. Matt is CISO and I think CIO at Unisys, recently CIO as well. Hey Matt, welcome. Thanks for having you here. Thank you. And Matt and I are joined, of course, by our third cohort, Mitchell Ashley, who is CEO of Accelerated Strategies Group, as well as CTO and CISO of Media Ops. Mitchell, great to have you on.
Boy, the more letters after your name, the better, I guess, today. I don't know.
Yeah, I try to keep it nil. But I'm not one of the cool kids. So joining our Matt and Mitchell and myself is our guests for this week, and let me introduce you to them. First of all, I'm going to introduce Karen Moore. And Karen, I think you might be on mute, but if you want to come off mute and introduce yourself, that would be great.
Karen Moore,
Okay.
I'm the Chief Compliance and Privacy Officer at Unisys.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Karen. And then we have the man with the blue dots there, Joel Fulton. Joel, introduce yourself.
Alan, thanks for having me. Matthew, thanks for hosting. My name is Joel Fulton, and I am recently the co-founder of an asset visibility company. Prior, I was the CISO at Splunk and have worked at other places, small startups, Google, Boeing, Starbucks.
Excellent. Thanks, Joel. And then last but not least, we have Christina. And Christina, I don't want to mess up your last name, but it's Christina Goldian. How do you pronounce it?
That's close. Thanks. It's Christine Galian.
Galian.
I'm a senior program manager at Sony, and most importantly, president-elect for Women in Technology organization.
Fantastic, and thank you for that. That's we need more people getting involved in leadership there and making it happen. So good for you. So, guys, today's topic is workforce or new trends in workforce cybersecurity, and certainly this past year was a year for the record books, especially as it relates to workforce cybersecurity. At one time, workforce cybersecurity was, walking around cubes, making sure people didn't leave their computers on, and educating them on phishing. So we're still educating them on phishing. I don't know how much good it does, but workforce cybersecurity has taken on a whole nother thing here, and it's a challenge. Matt, I'm going to let you kick it off if you'd like, and as we spoke about off camera, guys, jump in. Just give Matt a chance to finish. And then we'll jump in. Go ahead, Matt.
So I think this is a very exciting topic, and I think having everybody from someone former CISO, who has built an asset management company, to a privacy and compliance officer, especially if you think global entities, to Christine, who has a tremendous amount of experience, not only in the cybersecurity, but in running these large programs, and again, being the president-elect of Women in Technology, can help have the conversation of what the world is coming to when it comes to basically working from home. We used to say that in 2019 to 2020, we were saying last year that we took so many employees, no matter what they did, from what could be considered secure environments to the most hostile networks on the planet, and that's people's homes, right? And what do we do now? And what are the implications of this move from home? And it can be everything from technology, the fact that you can see a little TV behind me. Do people know how to patch televisions? Do they know how to patch the router that some random individual came into their house at some point in a 4-hour window to do? All the way to how does this impact people? We talk about women in technology. We talk about people in technology that are now stuck in their houses, having to wear different hats. Am I running out of my office on a daily basis or an hourly basis to help my children in their schooling, to having to do other things? What are the risks are there? I think this is a very expansive topic. So, again, as Alan said, normally we will just go, hey, Billy, hey, Bobby, hey, Susie, what do you think of this? But to open it up, I'd love to get this team's thoughts, and who would like to start? Joel, I will pass it to you to start.
Matthew, I like the fact that you touched on the non-technical aspect of this, because frankly, I thought that might be overlooked. I don't know if anybody knows someone personally who have just been in heaven this past year working from home. I think that distraction and ennui are some of the greatest risks to security. I never have a technical problem. I always have a people problem. Complementing that, I never have a technical solution. The solution is always the way people behave and act. And I think that letting our guard slip there is going to be the biggest Achilles heel we'll find we have.
It's interesting. You and I will get along very well. Before getting into technology, I wanted to be a psychologist until I realized I don't like listening to people complain. It's quite annoying, and those that know me would say, yes, I understand that. But I agree with you. It's, when you think about the risks that I get called on to help, talk to organizations about, one of the more interesting one is, so I have all of my employees that worked in a call center, for example. They're now all working from home. I've noticed my metrics on customer satisfaction have tanked. Everybody's initial perception was, oh, it's because people are mean or they're jerks and they don't like hearing the dog or the child or the radio. But where it really comes is it actually your employee that's doing the work, right? Are they violating a rule? Do they know the rules? Do they have training? Alan talked about training. Do they have a way to sign off? Do you have a compliance problem, Karen? Do you have a family problem? And you have to focus there. Otherwise, you do what I did to my oldest child years ago and try to put a ton of technical controls in the house, thinking, I'm going to make it so he can't do this. And 2 days later, I'd walk by his desk and he's doing that. And I'm like, what? I stopped you from doing that. He goes, nah.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I learned that lesson a long time ago. But guys, let me call the emperor out for not wearing clothes. There's an awful lot of hypocrisy going on. Because while we're talking about, oh my goodness, working from home, I have to learn how to use Zoom better, and I got to deal with the dog, the cat, the kids, the noise, the gardener, the this, the that. What was me, what a terrible thing. Well, do you want to work from home or go back to the office? Oh, don't be silly, I want to work from home. right? The fact of the matter is that surveys show the overwhelming majority of us want to continue working from home for an overwhelming majority of our time. So we could give lip service to how bad it is working from home, but we like it a hell of a lot more than working from the office. And so if that is going to be the new normal, deal with it. Deal with it. People are going to complain, but it's our job to make this as secure and compliant as possible and as productive as possible.
Yeah,
right?
and I'd
People
like
still complain.
to unpack a couple of the things that Matt said and something that Joel said about it being a people problem, and maybe starting more helicopter, because one of the sticky notes I have on my desk in terms of work from home challenges is the two populations, the new hires, how to get them to drink the Kool-Aid. So if we've got a lot of security concerns, how do I get them to buy into that when they've just joined the company sitting in their kitchen? And the other one is the out of sight, out of mind population, which is the people who say, yeah, this is great. I'm working from home. I'm in my PJs. I'll take my computer into bed with me and just, never get up. And so it just starting from that kind of people perspective, we already start on the back foot of challenges on the security front. Then you can do that deeper dive into what kind of controls do I have? What kind of process do I have? And Matt keeps telling me all these things about my server and how things are entering my house that I have no understanding. And I would add, it's not just work from home, because it's work from wherever. I mean, Colorado is about to get 2 feet of snow. I would like to head out to Denver and start working from Vail. It's
better hurry.
it's not just
Mitchell's
how do I secure
Mitchell's in Denver. yeah.
It's not just how do I secure my home environment, right? It's how do I secure people who are now pretty much mobile to wherever they want to be.
Yeah, I want to build on what you're saying, Karen, because we sort of play this whack-a-mole game in security, right? Oh, we have smartphones. Oh, that's secure. Oh, we have tablets. Oh, we have work at home. Oh, we have routers at home. The real thing that's happened over the last year is that people have still been mobile. I have many friends who said, I'm going to travel to Florida to go spend some time with my parents, my brother and sister. I'm going to go to, DC or go wherever. People have been mobile and not been just working at home. So I think the right way to think about this is let's forget about where people are. Let's think about how people are working, how they're getting their work done, and the tools, capabilities that we give them. Because they could be at Starbucks tomorrow, they could be at their parents, could be back home, could be in the office, all in the same week. It doesn't matter where they are, maybe unless they're in China or something. But pretty much the location shouldn't be the issue. That's my view.
Right. And so from my perspective, you said it correctly, where it's now, it's kind of now the convenience factor. If you don't want to, you want to work from home because there's no more, and some of you are in the Northern Virginia area, there's no more 495, 66, 395 traffic.
Hallelujah.
And then you get to work from home, or you can do simple tasks here and there. But at the same time, from a security perspective, it's, do you want the convenience of just, like you said, going to Starbucks, but how secure is that Starbucks network? And then when you bring that device home. So it's like a catch-22 and that, I think that has always been a debate. Is it going to be more convenient to you, or do you want more security?
Yeah.
But there's
go ahead, Matt.
There can be a happy medium. One of the things we try to do on this show is to give people advice to think through, right? It's not just the issues, and there has to be a happy medium. We're all working from home. We've been working from home for a year, many of us, and home, let me change that. Many of us have not gone into an office on a regular basis in a year, right? We're working from wherever we work. For some of us, we traveled so much in the past, I spent more time working from a plane than I did from the office anyway. But, as we've expanded that, those people that are used to it, we have tools and techniques in our kits, right? And that tool may be our brain, Joel. It may be, I don't connect to a Starbucks. I have my own little MiFi kind of thing, or we have those kinds of tricks of the trade. But I think the bigger question when it comes to this is, and Alan, you were saying this, it's not the woe is me from the employee, it's the woe is me from the corporation. As a CISO, as a CIO, as a CEO of an organization, what are you doing? What should they be doing to help enable their workforce to work remotely without introducing significant risk? Because they're going to introduce risk. Let's be blunt. I mean, it's going to happen.
So there's some trends that happen. The industry kind of followed a relatively foreseeable curve. So in the beginning, it was 2 weeks and we're good. And so everybody shifted to home. And the consequences of that shift was 1 to 3% of my workforce typically work remote. I know I've got sales, I've got field engineers, but my system developers and my DevOps and my IT team and my accountants and my G&A and everybody, they come in. So that shifted an enormous burden onto typically VPN concentrators. Now, if you're doing it in a way that keeps them secure at home, you're not using what's called a split tunnel, which means from my computer, I can't access my network printer at home and the corporate environment. But that also means that the corporate environment becomes my ISP. Now all of my internet egress goes through them. Well, we can't afford that, so we got to choose. And so right around Easter, people had to pick, do we bump up our pipes? Do we bump up our VPN licenses? Or do we find a way to shift things to the cloud and use some SSL-based zero trust-ish access directly to applications? If you made that choice, then everybody accessing your Jira or your GitHub or your AWS accounts or Azure, now their local machine is at risk because it's a local machine and I'm connecting it like I would to an app. If you made the other choice, which is far more expensive, to capture that endpoint and continue to be the ISP, now your costs go up. So Christine put up the perfect balance that we're all accustomed to, security versus convenience. And now we've added a third scale on here, which is cost, not just immediate, but long term, and the maintenance of that cost.
And let me just also, put the privacy lens through which you need to view this. The more we're into that kind of cloud environment and relying on GitHub, and the risk of exposure of personal data just geometrically increases. So how are we making sure people are educated about that? And I know that the privacy component is just a smaller component of data leakage generally, but still.
No, we're married to each other because what happens, right? What happens when I forget to use my corporate creds and I use my personal creds in GitHub, and now I've exfilled source code out and it spreads. So there's no disambiguation between what you and I do.
I'll throw one on top just to pile on for Karen here. When you think about privacy, it's also, as a CISO, I have a laptop or a desktop that I've sent a home employee. They're sitting at home. What can I and can I not scan on that home machine, right? What am I able to see? What if I accidentally, and think of certain GDPR countries, when I run my scanners, you have split tunneling, because let's be honest, Joel, most companies went the split tunneling route. Not only the circuits were too expensive, but the infrastructure can't handle that, or you've made a situation where you are kicking your employees off the VPN every 2 hours to ensure they're not accidentally going and doing the Netflix route, and that kind of stuff. So what happens if I accidentally scan and my SIM now has, all of the other machines in your home, and let's go even worse, and I see something in that alerts that I shouldn't have seen in the first place?
Yeah. I mean, look, in my mind, guys, this isn't a problem that actually started with COVID and working from home the last year. This thing first reared its head when it was bring your own device, BYOD. Right? That was the first kind of gunshot or the first battle in this war. And and the security industry responded with some novel approaches, right? We had bifurcated phones. How many of you remember bifurcated phones and stuff like that, and bifurcated devices? Matt, I think the case of if I sent you home a machine, I have every right to scan it is fine. What about if I didn't send you home the machine you're working on, and it's your daughter's machine or something? What then? What then? But yet you're doing work on it. I have to be able to, I got to know. I got to know that it's somewhat secure, that it's something, right? You know, that's an even more remote situation. This is fraught with legal overstepping.
Let's be honest. I think you saw Christine's face twitch. Joel came immediately off mute. Did you just say there are companies out there that are potentially allowing them to use their personal machines to do work? And it's like, the problem is, you're right, Alan. It not only happens, but it's happening a lot.
You just got the acronym wrong. The BYOD, the D stands for disaster. It's bring your own disaster.
Yeah. You know, so in security, we always did that. But, you know, that we were like the man in Tiananmen Square. That didn't stop the tank from running over us, though. People are using their own devices. Get over it.
I have to tell you, my daughter can do a lot more and knows a lot more cool tricks on her computer than on mine. And it's the temptation to go to her and say, hey, can you just work this up for me and then just send it to me is huge. And at least I know better. But, you know, Christine, I think that risk is big.
I'd love to get your thoughts, because you and I have discussed this in the past about how do you educate? You know, what are your thoughts on education? Because I'm a big believer in you can't teach people, right? I say this, and people always roll their eyes, but I don't think people change until they're on the precipice of destruction. Hard stop. I can't train you not to fall for fish until one day you fell for a fish and you almost got fired. You did get fired. Someone stole all the money out of your checking account, blah, 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 blah. Your identity's stolen. Then all of a sudden someone changes. But prior to that, it's always that it's not me. I'd love to get your thoughts, you know, especially where you and I first met back in the True Secure days on education, because to Karen's point, that's a big deal. I mean, are you telling people what they can and cannot do with their personal machines or their corporate machines?
Yeah, well, I've been lucky enough post True Secure, that was a small startup, but I've been lucky enough that after that, it's always been a big corporation. And we've always had I'm doing one now, actually, all the training that you have to do to check the MarkBox for compliance. And it's pretty repetitive. So now they also do a lot of testing. So mock phishing attempts that you report and then you get a reward if you report it. I know that my sister, she's also in tech, big company. She clicked on a free Dunkin' Donuts gift certificate, and it was indeed phishing. It was a test, but it was phishing. So what's been good to me has been the repetitive motions. And you can give so many trainings for them to watch. But like you said, unless they get slapped in the hand that first time, then you can reactively, in that mode, just kind of react and improve it. But yeah, I don't know what else besides, and you see all these movies now that have, even all the shows that I watch, they have a reference to cybersecurity. I think that's where NCIS Cyber, the 2 episodes that ran, that's where it came from. So I think it's just much more prevalent now. I think it's good that a lot of people are on social media, and there are a lot of news now that they talk about the different hacks that are occurring. But unless you're really pushing it and it's in a repetitive motion, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, and I'll throw it out, and Joel, I think you'll probably want to discuss this, but let's be honest, ransomware is on the rise. We always say this, but I mean, we could start listing off companies that have gotten hit publicly in the last 2 weeks, and it's shocking to see. It's shocking to see they got hit. It's shocking to see the damage that was done, especially with some of the new laws in the United States where paying for the retrieval of the appropriate keys to de-encrypt could put you in hot water with the federal government. You know, it's on the rise in a big way. And how does it all come in? It comes in phishing.
Yep.
And while you can't stop it, right? You can't stop, again, someone from clicking the link. We can put technical controls in play. But Christine, to your point, and I think to everybody else's point, it's around, for me, putting yourself in a defensible position. I've always said, if I want to be in a position where if I got called in front of some news agency and they say, this bad thing happened, what did you do to prevent it? I'd love to be able to say, I did all of these things. This is what we do as a corporation. I cannot stop a car accident.
Yep.
Never going to happen. And I've said this on the show quite a few times. If you ask me to make it so we never get into a car accident, I quit. It's not possible. And Joel, as a former CISO, especially of some large corporations, and now this CEO founder, thoughts on that? Do you agree, disagree, have any revelations?
I had a personal revelation when you talked about learning change typically comes only at the point of pain. I was responsible for a team, and it was a company that prided itself on security. We were a security vendor. And so we rolled out phishing early. And as you know, when you roll out phishing testing, you kind of turn the dial up. So it goes from obvious to subtle, right? So the first emails go out and they're fixed space font, dear occupant, things are misspelled. 87% of my team clicked the link. And so we did what we called the 5-year-old after action report. And if you have a 5-year-old, or if you've ever been 5-year-old, you know that 5-year-olds ask why at least 5 times. So why did you click the link? Well, I mean, the computer's backed up. All right, so why is that okay? Well, there's like an Apple store, and I can just take the laptop there and they'll fix it. All right, so why is that okay? Well, because next door, we got a coffee shop that turns into a pub at 3 o'clock. So either way, I'm good to go. Okay, so why is that okay? Well, they said, like, in the end, someone's got my back, right? And it opened my mind because I realized it isn't training. They knew. It was apathy. They didn't care. And so now, as ransomware and business email compromise and spear phishing, as these are starting to proliferate, that first thing we talked about, and that is having everybody be your defense in depth, your airbag, your seatbelt, your A-pillar, your crumple zone, having people fill that role, it surprised me that it didn't start with giving them information. It started with enticing their heart to give them the motivation.
That's right. And I'll expand on that. One of the things that we like to do here is explain how phishing impacts your personal life. And in our training, in our testing, we try to make things very personal so that, we all work for, well, some of us work for very large public companies, and people are like, man, they've got plenty of money. What's their worst case scenario? They could get fired, right? I'll go find another job. I hear that all the time. It's the why. Well, if something bad happened, it's my fault. I'll leave and I'll go to that company, or I'll go to that company, and I'll get that job before you can cause me any problems. I hear that kind of nonsense all the time. So then we say, okay, computer behind you that's sitting over there, you click on a fish from your personal email account, it takes the money out of your checking account. Is that a problem to you? Okay, do you like Bobby and Susie you work with? If you double click that and they lose their jobs, does that bother you? And these kinds of things we have to do. And to tie it back to why we're all here, we're at home. And it is not uncommon for me to slide my chair to my personal computer and check my email and slide back over to my work computer. And we have blurred these. A lot of us blocked our personal email, personal activities when we were in the office. Can't do that now. I mean, Christine, you said it, right? We get the opportunity to go do fun little things while we're here. If you get a 10-minute break and you're in a corporate office, you may use it to take a quick break or get out of your office or stretch. Here, you may go do laundry. You may go something personal, I talk to people like, oh, I had a 30-minute break. I went and played some video games. And sure, but we're blending these two together, and that apathy rolling over could be really, really detrimental to companies.
Do you think I want to? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, Christine, go ahead.
I had a question, and I wanted to bring it up to this forum of many experts here. Do you think, with what you said, there's going to be a rise in the investment for incident response? Not anymore trying to defend it, but really trying to address something that happened.
I'll give you my personal perspective on it, Christine. It's a great question. I think the age of prevention is dead. Long live response. That's been my mantra for quite a while. Bad things happen, accidents happen, stuff happens. But where I think people are going to start investing in hunting, for example, incident responders, especially with all of the indicators of compromise that are now available, and companies' realization that just because you have an individual with this CISO title and a couple of firewall admins, making them responsible for doing an in-depth investigation around some very complex IOCs, when most people, even a lot of people that may watch this show, they understand I said indicator of compromise. They don't know what that is, and they don't know what to do with it, and they don't know how to investigate. That's going to happen, but it's the training and comms piece that's going to become even bigger, and I think even more foundationally important.
I would add also, to Matt, to that, the training, but also the practice, the rehearsal. So there's muscle memory on that incident response. There's just not time to learn on the go.
And I think about we're talking about sort of a psychological shift, right? We've lived in a world where if we get compromised, it's bad. Then we have to go meet with the CEO, with the board, we're in trouble. By the way, not to bring this up for you, Matt, but we now have Microsoft, who's how many? 30,000 is actually a lot more. Exchange servers compromised. If you remember the movie Platoon from long ago, sort of like the enemy is far past the wire. I mean, they're under the wire and into the camp. And I think your point about incident response is spot on. I mean, it's more of a keeping the embers down in many cases, because it's going to happen. And instead of dealing with the psychological embarrassment of something happen, it's happening to everybody, and it will happen even more so unless you flip your mindset from one of embarrassment to one of action and proaction, so that you're taking as much as you can proactive measures to deal with these things. It's going to happen, especially when we have nation states going after major software vendors. It just is a fact of life.
Christine, we put our bet on the fact the industry is going to wish to stop driving their cars with blinders on. So if incident response is car insurance and it's your ability to react quickly and pump the brakes, if prevention is good driving and good mechanical repair, we think people are driving around with blinders on. And so you can't see that accident as it's coming your way. But I bet incident response will change. Right now, it is absolutely a SOC. But you've got a SOC at home. All these vulnerabilities we're talking about are now exposed to the core of your ability to respond. I think how incident response functions will change and will become federated instead of centralized.
And it has become federated. Those organizations that have been successful with dealing with IR situations over the past year have fully federated environments and don't rely on the very typical, and Joel, you'll remember these, the war rooms where everybody went down into the room and the monitors came on and the lights started flashing and the doors sealed and, barking, all that's gone, right? And we have to utilize these kinds of technologies to be able to run these incidents. And, again, it still flips back to the point, and you all have said it, but we do need to flip the entire script when it comes to cyber, especially now that we have all this work from home. Joel's probably dealt with this before as well. Nobody wanted to talk about events in our corporations, and very rarely did we say the word breach. Very rarely did we even say the word incident. It was an event. It's just an event. Relax, it's an event. We got it. The event's under control, because they didn't want to go public with that information. And what we have seen, and what I'm hoping the industry is learning, especially let's say since 2017, is those organizations that have taken events that have happened in their environment seriously, and reacted appropriately. Think of a certain organization in December who came out publicly very quickly. Think about a certain shipping company in 2017 who got just decimated, but came out publicly, recover quickly. The employee sat goes through the roof. Those are organizations people want to work for, as compared to those corporations who come out publicly and go, I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen to us. We'll get back to you at some point in the future. Oh yeah, we lost 1 million records. Oh no, we lost 300,000 records. Oh, we lost 1.3 million. Oh, it's 12 million. Whoops. What are we going to do? Right. And this is going to be important, but it all comes back down to this new mentality. If we're talking about our workforce and building that mindset, it's for everybody. from the newest employee, as Karen said, the newest person, all the way to the person who's been here the longest. We have to help change their mindsets, and you have to make it personal, in my opinion.
And I want to add, keep beating the privacy drum. One of the messages I keep delivering the same way as you do, Matt, to flip the narrative, is we are not going to be 100% compliant with this increasingly complex web of privacy regulation. But the one thing that we cannot afford to be blind to is the breach notification. The notification term periods are really short in every piece of omnibus legislation that we've seen coming out. And if we can't identify that, we can't quantify it, we can't be transparent about it, we can't react to it, we're really in trouble simply just in that kind of privacy slice of data, exposing the company to a lot of fines and reputational damage.
So here's the thing, though, too. Look, again, taking a long view, I've seen our industry move from a posture of, prevention at all costs to response being where it is, right? And I think we still have more to go. I think we have to get to a place where companies are judged by not whether or not they were breached, because they were silly enough to use a Microsoft Exchange server, let's say, right? To how they responded to the breach, right? And that's where it's at. But I think what we need to be careful of is that pendulum doesn't swing too far. And we say, you know what, prevention's a waste of time. Let's put it all on response. There needs to be a balance. There needs, like everything else in security, you need layers, you need depth. You need to do what's reasonable and good for prevention, understanding that may not be good enough, and we need response, right? And that's where it's at.
Just so we're clear, I don't mean get rid of all your firewalls, and you don't need any of that kind of stuff.
I would get rid of them.
Don't worry about patching. My point is your point, which is you can't. We're not eggs, right? You can't believe that you've surrounded yourself in this impenetrable shell or, force field, and don't worry about it because all the bad guys are outside of the organization. That's why the response, you have to be able to quickly, and again, if you've been in this field, those watching will know, mean time to detect, mean time to respond. Your mean time to detect a problem can't be almost a year. It can't be, or longer. It's got to be seconds or minutes at most. And to do that, you have got to focus your very hard resources and small resources to that response, because if you don't see it, you can't do anything about it. So I know we're getting short on time, and one of the things we like to ask on this, especially to our panelists, is, again, those golden nuggets, those things that we can have people do. So what advice would you give if we were sitting down and I hired Karen, Christine, Joel, we hired you to say, help us fix this problem around our workforce? What advice would you give?
I would suggest that you get volunteers representative of each of the major functions and areas, and have them be, on a rotating basis, a member of a security risk assessment. They see things that the centralized team can't see. And if I can speak up for it, then it's easier than if you have to catch me at it. Well, I got to tell you, everybody in DevOps, what we actually do is we don't use Vault for the keys. We've got this other login, and we should really fix that. And I know it's like you'll hear those things. So that ability to all in free, this is something we're doing wrong, fix it. You get it when you get the people involved. And then very slowly, those become your cheerleaders. And as you rotate around, you can grow a population that are fed and watered.
Security champions.
As your security champions, as your defense in depth. That would be my one takeaway.
Love it.
Excellent. Christine, how about you?
Yeah, well, my very first firewall rule that I ever learned was default deny. So I would just say, if you get an email and it looks really weird, default deny it. If it was a real email, they will email you back, or they'll call you, they'll text you. But I always say default deny. I do it on my phone all the time. I don't answer anything. So default
Agreed.
deny.
Can I change my answer? Because that was a better answer.
All right. Joel wants your answer too, Christine. We'll let him have it. Karen, how about you?
Well, I'm gonna add to Joel's advice and say that you want to take some of the people that got it wrong, that got caught on a phishing, got caught with some sort of leakage or other incident, and turn them into your evangelists, because they're the ones that are going to buy into it the most if you haven't fired them already. So get them on board. And then the other thing I think is, the constant contact with people, especially if they're working from home, on a really practical level. Here are things I want you to do. Here are things I don't want you to do. And also, I'm going to be realistic about what I'm asking you to do and not do, because most of us don't have a clue.
So an educated consumer is our best customer.
Actually, real quick,
Sims used to say.
Well, the other piece that she's saying, and I agree with that, some of the people who've had the accident could be some of your best drivers, if we're using that driver analogy.
Oh no, absolutely.
And it's a cultural thing too.
Who got bit?
Yeah, and being able to show an organization that having someone stand up, and I'm going to go into a weird spot for 10 seconds, but you always hear the people who come out and give those motivational executive speeches, or someone who had a drug problem, fell to the bottom of the barrel and picked themselves up. That's very powerful, even in our world. I did click that link. I caused this damage. I did these things because of, as Joel said, my apathy. As Christine said, my lack of a default deny mindset. Look at me now. Don't make my mistake. It's simple. Let me show you my 3-step something of that nature. I think could be very powerful in an organization. And that's for me, my advice back to anybody in this field is you got to make it personal. As Joel said at the beginning of this, as Christine's brought up, you got to make it personal. You got to focus on people's privacy and what impacts them, as Karen has talked about. But you can't ignore it, and you can't fix this through tech, ever.
Mitchell, I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you, Alan. To build on our conversation, I like the make it personal. I'm going to take that one step further. How we really learn is through story. That is the most powerful way of communicating. You mentioned the kind of falling at the bottom of the well. When you say phishing, that seems rather sterile, I think, to people of, okay, I don't click on bad links. Why? I mean, so what's the impact? And I know the few times when I've been able to share either a personal story or let's talk about what's happened and why this is such an issue for the company. There are ways of telling the story of what this means and can mean to us personally, as well as to us as a company. There's also the value of learning from that. And I think just because of the vast quantity of how many attacks and breaches and everything that we see every day, it's almost noise, and we kind of all overlook it and move past it. To an earlier point about, it's another event, right? There's learning in all of those things, and we have to find the ones that we can help both ourselves learn and our organizations learn.
Excellent. Guys, I think we're going to end it there. What a great CISO talk. Christine, Karen, Joel, thanks for being our guest. Matt and Mitchell, as always, thank you. This is Alan Schimmel from Media Ops, Security Boulevard, DevOps.com. Thanks for joining us here on CISO Talk. We'll be back in 2 weeks with another great topic and fantastic cast, and we'll see you then. Until then, be safe, be well. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. Next up, we've got Mike Jones and the Haunted Hacker podcast. This is part 2 of a 2-part conversation he has with Gordon Lawson of Rangeforce. Always great cybersecurity insights on this podcast, so let's give it a listen.
So Steve had a quick question. He said, any plans for Range Force to do public competitions similar to SOC-X World Championship, but general public teams? And Steve, that's a really interesting question, because Gordon and I actually talked about this last year, about creating sort of like an esports tournament where it was not gaming, it was cyber range. Because not only will it promote that team effort and help promote, the military, as well as, their cyber teams and getting people in line for that to defend the country, but also makes these kids sharper. And we're talking about kids who I've seen as young as 11 years old who can rock out any cyber challenge as well as anybody else. So I would love to see Range Force. Maybe we can do something in the future and in the short future, put together some sort of competition or some kind of tournament to where we can bring people in from my community, our community, and help develop some stuff on the platform and further their experience and knowledge.
Yeah, Mike, I think it's a great idea. Let's do it. I mean, let's do it. There's no reason we can't get this going and spin it up and spend a Saturday afternoon or a Saturday and really have some really cool interaction and have leaderboards and all that fun stuff. I love the fact you talked about the 11-year-old. My son is 14 and he's done 130 Range Force modules.
Wow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Absolutely loves this. And I think that's the thing is like, how if you're that age and you don't have exposure to this, how do you know? Get started?
Yeah.
Right. You got to get started. And
I'm so glad Steve asked that question, because that was actually one of the questions I had was like, you guys gamified learning in cybersecurity. So like, at some point I was curious if you were going to take it to like an actual, I could see like a conference where you hold competitions for different age groups too, like high school, college, and then pros. Are you guys thinking about doing anything like that?
Absolutely. I think the little bit of the challenge has been COVID, right? And what I kind of envision, Mike, we should take this offline, but hey, we have a pretty sweet office in Savannah. It's a great town. People that are comfortable traveling would want to travel. I mean, we could do our white cell there.
That'd be cool.
And we could, right. And then we could do, and people that wanted to come in, we could have some people in person. We could put it up on screens. I mean, most companies do a traditional user conference. I think, the Range Force Games may be our user conference. So
that sounds awesome. And I think we had one other sponsor that was looking to invest was Sophos Security in the early planning. I don't know so much about them anymore because I haven't talked to them. But I think as far as our community goes, Haunted Hacker and Range Force, I think we could definitely put together something like that and make it really effective. One thing that I like about the idea that we came up with was esports grew so quick. And those kids that, grew up on those games are now making millions of dollars and have corporate sponsors. And that's how they got their start. There's no reason why we can't put together the same type of attraction, but not only do they get a start, not only get a nice paycheck, but they get a career out of it. Right. I think that's the most important. When I talk to kids that have been in trouble in the UK and I do the intervention workshop for them, a lot of them started out on gaming and they didn't know that they were breaking a law. So if we had something like this built out already and some sort of tournament that we could run people through and really get the word out, it would help with the corporation as well as knowledge in general. Because my whole point is that, as living in this country, living in the U.S., and looking at our readiness as far as defending the critical infrastructure, as far as defending the country and our livelihood against cyber attack, we're not doing a good job at all. And it's sad, but that's the state we're in right now. And that's what happens when you get political tension and stuff involved that shouldn't be there. But it's been a problem. It's been a problem for a long time. And I think that we're more focused on, outward appearance as opposed to inward knowledge. And I think, getting people involved at a very young age, 11 to 14 is prime, absolutely prime, because their brains are like sponges.
Yeah.
And I've had parents come up to me and say, look, I don't know how to connect with my kid, they are so smart when it comes to computers, but I don't know how to help them. And so they take them to places like Cyber Ninjas or Coding Ninjas or whatever. And literally we had an 11-year-old on here that his mom took him to one of those places, and they tested him to do an assessment to see where he fit into their curriculum. And they looked at her and said, look, we just can't help him. Like, he's beyond where we're at.
Wow.
So where's a kid like that go? You know,
right.
There's no, he can do CTFs, he can do hack in the box, but again, he's being left by himself to do that.
Is he on today, Mike?
He's not, but he's always on in the Discord. He's actually probably in the Discord as we speak right now.
Okay, so we need to get his parents to send an email, and we're going to get him a license. So we'll get him going. So
awesome.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, he's a good kid. But we have people like that you know, they've been shut down by other groups because they're too far advanced. And it's like, we're going to lose those kids if we don't find a way to supplement their knowledge and bring them into the fold.
Right.
And so that's why I started reaching out and helping kids. You know, after I had done with London and the intervention workshop, which I'm still doing for the Met Police, it was like, there's got to be more ways to bring kids in and give them that knowledge.
Right.
So that's where this community came in. And I'm sure, you know, with Range Force and showing them, you know, the capabilities of what they can do with their skill set, that's huge. It's absolutely huge.
Well, and I think the other thing that I think is a little bit encouraging that we need to work on more is, let's go back to, you know, using this for good. And you know, whether that's in a university setting or in even a military setting or an IC, intelligence community setting, right? Is I think that those, you know, those kids need to know that there are amazing organizations that if they do the right thing, if they get in trouble at an early age, they get barred from going to those places potentially. Right. And that's the thing. You can't so let's teach them how to do the right thing.
Exactly.
Harness this. And once again, you can have an amazing career. I mean, there's like you said, we have Space Force now. You know how intense cyber is with that. I mean, we got some amazing, we just landed a rover on Mars. I mean, some amazing stuff going on that requires, you know, very, very advanced IT, cyber coding skills. You know, we need to do a better job as an industry and making sure they know where to go for that and use it in a positive way.
Absolutely. I think that I can't remember how many satellites they released this past week. It was a ton of satellites that they deployed. Mm-hmm. And what people don't understand is with each one of those satellites, each one of those satellite missions, whether it be geostationary or target locked on or whatever, each mission has different levels of coding and different types of applications and parameters that are passed to that satellite. That's all cyber. It doesn't mysteriously, magically appear in that satellite and the satellite knows what to do. It takes coding. It takes programming. It takes all sorts. And to defend those satellites, I saw an image, kind of a virtual image of what the ionosphere and beyond looks like with the satellites and space trash.
People would not believe it if they don't see it. It's crowded.
Right. It's very crowded. You know, the amount of geostationary satellites up there would just amaze me. You know, and these satellites lock on and they basically just follow the Earth. We would be very asinine to believe that we as a country and other countries don't target each other's satellite missions and satellite functions. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's really important to get people involved at a very basic level because who knows, you know, an 11-year-old on this podcast may end up running one of the satellites one of these days. That's right. And hopefully they get the knowledge that they need early on. And I think as an industry in the past, we failed with that. I just did the award ceremony, me and Steve, for the Matrix Challenge in the UK. There were 47,000 participants for the Matrix Challenge. And for those of you who don't know what the Matrix Challenge is, it's a series of cyber exercises to get through and gain points and whatnot. And there were 3 different age groups, but super smart kids. I mean, and they're very motivated, very dedicated. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I would like to see something like that come out of, you know, our community and something that we can take part in. And Steph wanted me to remind people, it was 65,000 kids took part in the Matrix from ages 11 through 14, 15 through 17. And get this, the overall winner from the 15 to 17 was a girl. So that's a big win. On the podcast and even with the Haunted Hacker community, I'm a huge advocate for women in cybersecurity. And I think that's super important. We don't do enough to bring women into the fold as well as newcomers. And I complain about this every podcast, and I probably will until it changes. But I think we're hiring people wrong in the industry. I see a lot of mid-level openings, requirements open for people with 5 to 7 years experience. Where are all the entry level? And here's the problem is they're not promoting from within. When those jobs become vacant on the mid-level, they're bringing people in from the outside.
Yep.
And that's killing the industry right now. And they keep talking about a skills gap. There is no skills gap. We have plenty of skill. It's just a matter of getting the right people in HR and people to understand what we do and make it more mainstream. Because I truly believe like red team, blue team competitions, capture the flags, even though that they're very advanced, very mature, for the industry, it's still very new. Mm-hmm. And for people coming in who don't know anything about it, there's not enough people opening those doors. And I think Range Force is doing a really good job of doing that.
Well, that's the other thing, we're working with HR teams too, to say, hey, here's an assessment that you can easily give that will objectively say, even this person doesn't have a degree, maybe they don't have certs, but they can do these skills. They need to be considered for that. It may be above entry level.
That's awesome. That's so good to hear.
100%.
Yeah. So we need to get, once again, we need more, unconventional thinking, I think, is super important right now. You're talking about satellites and, what is it? I always get amazed when they talk about rockets going up. They're moving at like 17,000 miles an hour, 17 times the speed of sound, but which is super fast. But I remember I was in a military briefing one time and someone said, when we're dealing with cyber, it's moving at the speed of light.
Milliseconds. Mm-hmm.
Speed of right. And I was like, whoa, that's so if you want to think about how we make this cool for kids, be like, hey, yeah, you can go fly a jet at Mach maybe 1. You're probably not even going to fly it at Mach 1.5 very often because you're going to burn so much fuel. You're going to fly at a normal speed. And that's a cool job. That's awesome. But, frankly, 25 years from now, there's manned ones. But you can go fight a battle right now from your living room at the speed of light and prepare yourself how to fight that. And I think that we need to make it like more attractive, more exciting. So we get those folks in it that may not know how cool it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like when I talk about, I have a go bag, right? I call it a go bag, but it's basically a field kit, right? It's my arsenal that I keep, if I'm being deployed to do a pen test or whatever. So being able to like take that and break it down and show kids the equipment that goes into it, make it something they can relate to, like Call of Duty. This is an assault. This is an assault bag, and we have lock picking, and we have this, and we have that. Kids get that; they understand that, mm-hmm. And that preparedness is huge because when you look at, if an F-16 flies over Iraq and drops a bomb, yeah, it definitely causes damage. Problem is, it's easy to recover from that. You can rebuild buildings, you can rebuild infrastructure, but to rebuild from an overall cyber attack where your lights are out, it's a little bit more difficult. And to know you have that power to defend your country and switch off a whole entire country's lights, that's huge. And kids, they can't fathom that.
Another thing, that bomb, the enemy can't throw that bomb back up at you.
Right.
When we launch an offensive cyber attack on someone, and they now the vector and the TTP is out there potentially, right? Yep. So that's the other crazy thing about this is the thoughtfulness that's required, the nuance that's required for how you not only do, when you start doing allied government style operations, it is very, very complex. And we need the best minds in the world to be able to work through this. And frankly, I think we need government and industry coordinating better because we have so many great attributes of our system. One of the negative attributes is that government and industry often distrust each other for legal reasons and all sorts of things. And so things like SolarWinds have much more catastrophic effects here and in Europe than they do in other countries, which makes it harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I see some of that issue when it comes to corporate and government. Getting the government to agree on anything just between themselves is difficult. But when you throw in corporate with the government, it becomes a bureaucracy nightmare.
Yeah.
And especially like I know at one point Obama said attack on the infrastructure would be an act of war. The next year, Israel followed up that declaration with a bombing of a Hezbollah building where hackers supposedly were stationed that attacked their infrastructure. So, I mean, we're seeing more and more of that. And I think, I can't remember which head of the NSA it was that spoke at Black Hat, but this was way back when he had a book out called Cyber War. I remember because the cover was Dayglow orange, but he went over some of the early attacks that weren't really publicized. That began at the beginning of the internet. And that's pretty prevalent. And when you look at the clandestine operations like Stuxnet and some of the other operations to take down, infrastructure or, government communications, we've been doing that for years. CIA has leaked tools to shadow brokers like Weeping Angel, stuff like that. So we've been in that business for a very long time. Problem is that we're not training people on that type of technology because it's so secret. There's got to be some kind of bridge between, people who aren't cleared and people who are cleared. I think everybody should have that knowledge that wants it. If we're dealing with, 0 days, I understand the national security threat of releasing that type of information. I know Lockheed Martin has their own malware creation lab. Same with Ross Perot Systems. But you shouldn't have to go through an SF-86 to learn those techniques, right? So at Range Force, how do you guys address learning these different groups and their methodology and tool set?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's all about hiring folks that have kind of seen stuff. I mean, obviously, just as with any company, we're making sure that anything that and just to be clear, we're not a cleared company, so we don't what we offer to the government is very clearly this very close to what our commercial clients get.
Awesome.
Obviously, we have to be very, very sensitive on all those things with the folks we hire. But, frankly, I think the vast majority of what folks need to know is out there, is fairly open source. That's how we operate. Is we're going to make sure we hire people with the right experience who understand all those vectors and get them on staff and helping us to build out the different attack scenarios and CVEs that we have in the platform.
Yeah. So Frenchie, one of the co-hosts, he digs the URLs and titles of stuff that I bring up that I'm not smart enough to figure out. So the book was called Cyber War and it's by Richard Clark. If anybody's interested in reading it, it's a really good read about the history of cyber war and sort of gives like data as to some of the early attacks. So I'm going to open this up to any questions that people have for you. Do you have any questions for me or Trammy? It doesn't matter what it is. We're going to play a little game here in a little bit. But, do you have any questions for us as to who the Haunted Hacker crew is, what our function is, anything, shoot away. We're open.
I was just in Savannah, which is apparently the most haunted city. I actually flew back this morning, the most haunted city in America. So I'd love to know, where did haunted come from? What was the background there for the name?
Awesome. Yeah. So the podcast, our very first episode was October 31st of last year.
Oh, okay.
And so we're sitting around and me and my roommate, Frenchie, we both have been deployed and served the country in some aspect. We're sitting at the bar with a glass of bourbon thinking, you know what, we really want to help people who have been in my situation, right? People who have been abandoned by the government, left overseas, denied reentry, et cetera, based on their ability in the cyber world, which is completely wrong. We wanted to help people like that. But then it evolved into, we want to have a community to give back, because that's been my platform for the past 3 years, is that, yeah, I did some bad stuff, but I'm here to give back, and I want to make things, better for future generations. So the Haunted came from, not only was it Halloween, but I think all of us who have been involved in, nefarious groups or have committed cybercrime, I think in some way or another have been haunted by something or someone. Mm-hmm. For me, it was more of the ghosts that follow me. I think I've been on every popular list of the government that kept me from flying and doing certain things in banking. I visited those lists a couple times, and I'm still on a few. So I look at it this way. I still have ghosts behind me. Mm-hmm. And of course, my background is a spook in the military. We were called spooks, and so it kind of fit. But I do believe that everybody who does what I do to the level that I did it in is haunted by something or someone. We all have our demons. We all have our skeletons in the closet. I chose to put my thumbprint on all of our merchandise because I have nothing left to hide. The government, knows everything about me. They follow everything I do. So, the thumbprint is just a way to say, hey, look, I'm not doing anything wrong, and you can take everything, but you can't take my thumbprint. Right. I still am who I am. Right. So that's where that came from.
Cool.
And it kind of caught on, and the media and the industry, there's always been this battle of, the idea of a hacker and a hoodie in these dark rooms. And you know what? Some of us, that is our personality. That was who I was way before I was a hacker. I have a picture of me when I think I was 3 in a hoodie. So it's something that it's a mindset that we're born with. It's a skill set that I didn't run out and try to grab. But because of interest and natural ability, it kind of landed in my lap. I was really fortunate with that. So again, I didn't have to work too hard at what I did. And to learn what I learned, I didn't have to put forth a whole lot of effort. So I want to be able to give that back in a rigorous way for those people who do have to work hard. Let's see. Oh yeah. Frenchie says, don't send USPS mail in his name here. Send it to me and put it in MJ or Mike 2 on the package somewhere. So funny thing is yeah. So mail that comes to our house, my roommate can get a letter within a couple of days. For me to get a letter, it takes 2 weeks, and it may or may not come in one piece. So wow. I'm still dealing with a lot of that backlash. Any other questions for us or for Gordon?
I got a question for Gordon. So I saw on an interview you did for Cybercrime Magazine, and you were talking about the growth of the company, right? So you guys launched the company in 2015. And then in 2019, you said you guys went from 4 to 300 customers in 18 months. And then, I know your community is growing up to like tens and thousands of users. How are you guys how are you building a team to scale that quickly, right? Because you guys are, I know you guys got funding during a pandemic, that's another question I have is, how was funding during a pandemic for a startup? But yeah, those are just some of my questions that I had. Like, how do you guys scale, and what was it like getting funding during a pandemic last year?
Well, I'll take your last question first there. My wife said something today. She's like, I remember this time last year, the world's falling apart. You're trying to go out and raise a Series A. And I was like, I think that, speaking of like the ghosts, Mike, I feel like, it was just such an uncertain time. It was really, really scary. We weren't really quite sure what was going to happen to the global economy. I think that a lot of venture capital firms had the remnants, or certainly more seasoned partners had the remnants of 2008 2008 to 2010, where venture capital just dried up. And of course, we finished 2020 with like the most successful year in venture capital ever. I think that people, unfortunately, there are industries, some consumer-facing industries, restaurant-facing industries, as we all know, that really, really suffered. But cyber did very, very well. I think a lot of SaaS companies did very, very well. So we were very lucky. We have great investors, Energy Impact Partners, Paladin, Cisco. We have amazing folks that believed in us. And saw the potential of this market. And, frankly, I think it took a bit of a risk on us. And I think the bet has paid off and will continue to pay off for them. So that was really the story. It was really just us, I think, being able to articulate what we
that mission.
And having great people.
So you have the support of Paladin. Paladin is the analyst notebook, right? Is that correct?
No, Palantir is
Palantir.
Yes, Paladin Capital is actually founded by General Minahan and Mike Stee. General Minahan is a former director of the NSA, DC-based firm, long-standing national security ties. Energy Impact Partners is a great firm. Their main source, their limited partners, or who funds the fund, are energy companies around the world, like Southern Company, for example.
Right.
So, you talked about IoT. That's a core mission for us to support those critical industries.
Right. Well. So that was the last industry I worked in, was oil and gas and some of the energy companies. My career actually started before computers. It started with a company called Texas New Mexico Power Company. I was a meter reader, and then I was a lineman. And my dad worked in dispatch and switching and was a controller. So I got a lot of really cool insight as to how the lines and the switching and distribution centers work together. But I actually got a really scary vision of what systems those switching and those operations and functions depended on.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked about SCADA and ICS, is that the infrastructure is so archaic. People think that, when they think infrastructure, they think, these high-tech systems and robust systems, but it's not that. I mean, I've seen systems on the critical infrastructure as old as NT, like very old versions of NT. And that's why I was curious, because I think if anybody wants to be relevant today, whether it be a cyber range or training or certification, if they don't include something for ICS or SCADA, they're missing the mark completely.
Yeah. No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, it's a very conservative industry, one, right? And I think the executives there totally know the threats, but the challenge with these systems, it's money, and you can't change it overnight. Right?
No, it's a legacy.
That's right. So
they would have to take out whole switching yards and transmission lines in order to go back and put new updated systems. And that's the big problem that I saw in Estonia and some other countries, is that their systems are so archaic. To flip a switch and make that country dark, fairly simple.
Right.
So yeah. Any other questions for Gordon?
Gordon, what is your biggest goal, 2021 goal for Range Force?
My biggest goal. That's a
for
great
this year.
So I'm gonna share a company goal with you all, and because you all can be a big part of doing that. It's to get to 50,000 people in our community.
We can do that.
We can help share it. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I mean, I think once again, the revenue numbers and all those things happen. I'm confident if we get there and hopefully surpass that number, all those other things are gonna happen. And I think that anyone who's had the vast majority of experiences that I hear with our team as they interact with customers and potential clients is very positive. And we want to make sure we have that culture of just being super easy to work with and having an incredible product.
Yeah, we have pretty good reach within just the podcast. So TechStrong TV picks up our podcast every week, divides it into 3 parts, and then re-airs it during their program, Digital Anarchist, 3 times a week.
Oh, that's awesome.
So this episode will probably air the week after next on TechStrong.
Okay.
And I can't remember how many thousands of viewers they have, something like 10,000 viewers for Digital Anarchist. So it's good exposure. And a lot of the stuff, like I said, everything we do for free. We accept donations. We have like merchandise, t-shirts, hoodies, stuff like that. But never will anybody pay for a subscription to jump on and watch a live podcast. I can't bring myself to do it. And I don't know if that's the same way you are about bringing knowledge to the community, but I was approached by somebody and they said, look, your model is great, but if you really want to syndicate or if you really want to make money, you've got to charge for content. And I'm still battling with that. I can't bring myself to do that. Because I keep remembering that kid, 11-year-old kid who didn't have $50 or who doesn't have $100 to sign on to Patreon. So yeah, this will remain free. And I think that's the way that cybersecurity as a whole should be when it comes to knowledge. I remember one scene from a movie that strikes me and really makes things come to light is the one with Bruce Willis, and he's battling the terrorists and they're about to destroy the infrastructure. So they bring this hacker in, this kid from the Apple commercials.
Oh, okay.
And, they're like, the government doesn't know what's going on. They rely on this kid to like save the world. Right.
Right.
But it's not too far from factual. Yeah, it's glorified and Hollywood put their spin on it. But, the FBI and Secret Service and other agencies come to groups like this and look at people who have experience in that field. And they do pull people on to help them with certain things. So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of opportunity in this industry, and we do our best to try to bring it to them for free. So I know that you want to give away some licenses. How do you want to do that? Do you want to do it with a game, or do you want to?
Why don't you pick a question?
Oh.
And you pick a question and we'll do, I think what we have, 20, 24, 25 folks on tonight. And why don't we just give away 3 and we'll go through three questions, and whoever gets it first, and you just tell me. And what we can do is, you have my details, Mike. If you just send me their email addresses, we'll get them signed up tonight.
Absolutely. And before we start with this, I do want to tell you that I'm definitely interested in starting that Cyber Range kind of tournament esports type deal. That was my vision before I went to the hospital in London. Unfortunately, I was there for 2 months and undergoing massive seizures every day. So I wasn't quite with it. And I didn't want to continue down that road of planning when I was kind of debilitated. But now that everything is good and back in the States and actually close to Savannah, we can make something happen. I'd love to help you and range force and get that moving. So as far as the trivia goes for questions for the 3 licenses, I'm going to leave that up to Frenchie and Trammy, because I think it would be unfair if I came up with the questions, because only the experience would probably get it. So I'm going to let you guys come up with those questions and see where it goes. I'm going to open up the chat to everybody publicly. So put your answers to the questions in the chat window, and first answer gets the license. First correct answer gets the license.
Okay, I got a question. How many users does Range Force want to get to by the end of the year?
It's going to take me a second.
Oh, there we go.
Jared. Congrats, Jared.
Yeah,
that was quick. This is like more of a typing drill.
Yeah. Awesome. So Jared, if you'll, I guess, send me your information. If you're in the Discord, hit me with a DM and send me your information. If not, send it here directly to me, and we'll get you set up. Next question.
All right. Question number 2. How long has Gordon been in cybersecurity? All right. Muhammad. Wait, is it? Yeah, Muhammad, right? 10 years?
Yep. Muhammad and she, yeah.
So 10 years is the answer. So we'll go with that. Frenchie, what's the third question? Make it tough. I think he's frozen. Chairman, you may have to answer that.
Can I do one? I'm going to do non-cyber.
Yes.
All right. Yes, please.
Who is the PGA Tour player that Rangeforce sponsors?
Ooh, I don't even know that.
This is going to be some Google work. We'll see.
Yeah. I was like, who's Googling the fastest?
Google Foo. It's not that guy from South Africa, is it?
No. Oh, Kristen. That was very fast.
Kristen, congrats,
I didn't know
Kristen.
she was on tonight. Awesome.
And she came to win. Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
So we have 3 licenses that have been given away. If you guys just send me information and I'll make sure you get your license. And Gordon, I want to thank you personally for coming on the podcast and making it an enjoyable night. You're welcome anytime. We have the Discord with free books and training and conversation. If you or your employees want to join, let me know. I'll get you invites. And anytime you want to bring somebody on the show, showcase an employee and their career, or just someone who's doing a bang up job, feel free.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much. And doing it next month, I'd love to do something with you all, or in the next couple of months, we can get one of our rock star engineers on. And
to talk about how you guys develop content. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. They're much more interesting than me. So anyway.
No. you had valuable insights for sure. And your military background, I think, makes it really interesting too, between you and Mike.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you all so much. Oh, sorry, Frenchie. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was going to say, next time you're in Savannah, let us know. I mean, we're not real close, but we're not real far either. I mean, we're closer to probably the Georgia border than we are anything else. But yeah, I mean, it's a doable road trip.
Awesome. Well, we lived in Birmingham for 6 years, so I love Alabama. So
we're close.
Okay. Well, do you know where Lake Gunnersville is?
I do. Yeah.
We're there.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's just say the area.
Okay. Okay. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you all so much. Have a great day, and really appreciate the opportunity. And we'll look forward to your feedback on those licenses.
Absolutely, man. I really appreciate it, Gordon. Talk to you soon, man.
Awesome. Cheers.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. In our Something Old segment for today, we have the Predict 2021 presentation by Alex Riebert, who's the co-founder and developer for All Secure. And he talks about increasing DevSecOps maturity level in 2021. Lots of great insight in this presentation, so let's give it a listen.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Riebert. I'm one of the co-founders of a startup named For Secure, and I'm super excited to be here today to talk about DevSecOps. So first things first, I know how it is to be following those conference talks. It's easy to get distracted by a Slack DM or whatever it is that you use. So if you want to follow along the slides, you can go to this link. and where you'll find all of my slides. So if you get distracted, you can catch up, or if you want to see what's next, you can move forward. All right, with that, the talk is going to be divided in 3 parts. And in the first one, I'm going to talk about kind of the background of DevSecOps. It's a word that's being thrown around quite a lot, but I kind of wanted to understand it better, kind of hopefully get some insight about it that way. Then we'll talk about some activities that as security professionals we can take that I think can be very beneficial kind of in the context of DevSecOps. And then I want to do a deep dive on one of those techniques, which is fuzzing. And I'm going to introduce it later if you're not sure what fuzzing is. All right, so I'm going to start with kind of a confession. I didn't really like the term DevSecOps. I didn't get it. I thought it was kind of like a fad. I thought it was a way for security vendors to insert themselves in the middle of the DevOps tent and cash in on it. Disclaimer, I am now one of those vendors trying to sell you DevSecOps tools. So, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt with that context. But I've kind of made a 180 on how I view DevSecOps. And I'm going to start this talk with something maybe controversial. I believe that embracing DevSecOps give companies a competitive advantage. And those that don't adopt it are going to be eventually overtaken by a challenger that can move faster. And I want to take a little bit of time to explain why and how I reached that conclusion. And the first part is security is outnumbered. It's really hard for security engineers to keep up with the volume of code and changes going on in a company. James Wickett mentioned a ratio of 1 InfoSec person per 10 ops people per 10 developers in large companies, 1 to 100. That's not a good ratio. InfoSec are very understaffed in a lot of companies. And it's not really because people are not willing to invest in those teams. It's just really, really hard to invest and recruit talent. And in a survey released by Intel in 2017, 82% of the respondents mentioned they had trouble hiring security people. And even worse, 71% mentioned that because they don't have enough people to help with security, they could kind of correlate that with harm, meaning that they got hacked because they were not defending enough. Due to being overwhelmed, security teams often default to saying no. And I'm sure you or people you know have directly experienced this. Because on my side, I can't tell you the number of times I hear the story of an overzealous security team kind of putting blockers in people's way. And it sounds bad, but I can't blame the security teams either, because if I was the one security engineer responsible for 100 developers pushing code multiple times a day, I'd be like, slow down, I'm drowning, I can't keep up. And the consequences of this attitude of saying no is that the security people start to get ignored. They get bypassed because developers and other organizations want to actually get stuff done. They can't have security in the way all the time. And that's the thing, the business requires change, and it requires change as much, if not more, as it requires security. And I say this as someone that cares a lot about security. Because without change, your business will wither. Your business will be overtaken by a startup that's capable of evolving to the new realities of your market, right? Because the world is evolving around us, especially nowadays, and you have to keep up with it. And for that, you have to change. And so I went back a bit, and I tried to learn about the origins of DevOps. Where did it come from? What problem was it trying to solve, and how did they solve it? And I found this talk by John Allspo and Paul Hammond, and they described how they were doing multiple deploys a day at Flickr back in 2009. This was not something that was very common at the time. And they explained that they achieved this by improving the relationship between developers and operation folks. And this was before the term DevOps was created. Like nobody had heard of DevOps before this talk. And they didn't ever use the term DevOps in that talk either. And so if you've not seen it, I'd really recommend going back and watching that talk to kind of understand what DevOps is. And what's really interesting about this talk in my mind is the way they describe the relationship between ops and dev and how staying it used to be, right? They talk about this stereotypical ops person that was saying no to change all the time because change is what caused outages, and the responsibility of ops people was to keep the website up and running. And in fact, you can replace kind of ops by security in the talk, and it'll be a surprisingly accurate description of the challenges we face today in InfoSec. And the solutions they describe and the problems and solutions they describe are very accurate. And while the tools don't directly apply, the cultural solutions are very relevant. And so our main goal as InfoSec should be to enable change. And nowadays, change often comes in the form of software. Obviously at tech companies, but more and more at other companies that increasingly rely on software as a core part of their business. And this is where software delivery comes in. And so I kind of researched how software delivery performance happens in high-performing teams. And this book, Accelerate, is it's one of the best books I've ever read. And they did a ton of research in our industry about what makes a software team and a tech organization high performance. And what they found is that there were key performance indicators that led to being good at delivering software. And the first one is how quickly can you go from kind of the idea to delivering that idea to the customers. The second one is how often you make changes. The third one is when you make mistakes, how often you recover from them. And the last one is how often you make mistakes. And so if those are the metrics that leads to high performance in tech organization, our goal as security professionals is to add security while improving those indicators, or at least not damaging them. And so in order for the business to succeed, we need to allow change, and we need to allow for change as often as it needs to happen at the speed of DevOps, and do so with security in mind. And this is really what DevSecOps is all about. And this is where my 180 came from. I now see DevSecOps as this requirement to enable security in high-performance organization. And if you go back to the talk I referenced earlier, they talk about how DevOps, and I think this applies to DevSecOps too, the solutions to it and what enabled them to give that performance was a mix of culture and tools. And in this talk, even though culture is as important, or if not more important, I'm going to focus on the tools part. And if you want to learn more about the culture, again, refer back to that talk, because all of the solutions apply to our problem as well. If you're kind of new to the DevSecOps thing, there's a lot of material online that you can find. One example that I really like is comes from Google, which mentions how you can involve security more as part of the development process at every stage. How you can do testing for security as part of your builds. How you can give example of good code that's secure that developers can inspire themselves from. And what's really cool about what they describe too is that they have measurements that can help you know if you're on track or not, and see what you're doing. All right, so I hope I convinced you of the kind of importance of DevSecOps, and now I'd like to talk about some of the practices we can put in place that I think can really help. And one thing that's important to keep in mind is because we are outnumbered because security professionals are outnumbered. So we have to be very thoughtful about where we focus our energy. We have to do a lot with few resources. I kind of think that we have to focus on high leverage activities, just to the fact that we have too much to do. And I think we can achieve leverage with two things. And the first thing is we're going to get leverage through safety by default. So I don't know about you, but sometimes I feel like I'm playing a game of whack-a-mole. We're seeing the same bugs over and over again. SQL injections, buffer overflow, use after phrase. So while we don't have enough security folks, those folks are spending all of their time handling the same issue over and over again. It's like we're stuck in the mud and we can't make progress. And I think we can do better. And one way we can do better is with better tools. I think the root cause of the vulnerabilities that we see all the time would have an outsized impact. It would allow us to move forward and tackle other issues. And then we can build those tools in a way that prevents our users and developers that we're supposed to help, prevent them from shooting themselves in the foot, just because we make it safe for them by default. And one fascinating piece of data, I think, came from Microsoft in 2019. And they released some data about their patches. And they mentioned that 70% of the security patches at Microsoft are addressing memory safety issues. Memory safety issues are one of the worst kind of issues you can have, in a sense that it's usually exploitable. And so what if switching language can remove 70% of the vulnerabilities that we encounter? And kind of Microsoft got to the same conclusion and starting exploring safer alternatives. And Rust is a great example of one safe language that's been getting a lot of traction. And I know if I was in the room with you all, I'm sure I'd see eyes rolling. Like, here we go, another Rust evangelical. And I get it. You work with legacy code. It's not practical to have someone tell you, use a safer language, rewrite everything in Rust. That's just going to slow down your business for months or years to come, and that's not allowing change. But I think what we can do as a security person in a company is we have the opportunity to impact the directions of new projects. So if someone in your organization is considering starting something new and they're thinking about using C or C++ or any kind of memory unsafe language, you have an opportunity to kind of guide them to a safer alternative and make them think really, really hard about whether that's actually what they want. The other thing we can do is build safer APIs. And I have one of the best example of that on the slide. And that's about SQL injections and SQL libraries. And so there's two examples on the slide. One is kind of the old way of doing things, how you would do a SQL query in code. And you can see that the SQL query and the user data in the user and password variables are kind of mixed up, because what the interface expects is a string. And so you mix the control data and the user data, and that leads to SQL injections. In the second case, the SQL query and the user data are clearly separate. The SQL query is the first argument, and then you have the user data as other arguments. And the library is responsible for doing all the sanitation of the user data. And this means you don't get SQL queries anymore. Good APIs should prevent the first case from compiling or running. It should not even be an option. Like, developers will make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. It's really hard to keep all of the security details in your mind as you write code and never make a mistake. And so we can help people here. We can design APIs that are the easy thing to do will also be the safe thing to do. And if they want to make something unsafe, they will kind of have to go out of their way to make it happen. And I think this will help a lot, because I think a lot of mistakes are avoidable. All right, the second way we can get leverage is through automation. And that's a huge thing in DevOps and DevSecOps. And I want to take a step back and then talk about that tweet I saw recently. And this tweet is about a surgeon that was about to do a surgery on a patient. And what they do before each surgery is they have something like that they call a timeout, where they go through a checklist of things, kind of making sure that they are about to do the right thing for the patient they have. And in this case, they had two patients with the same name at the hospital, and it happens that they had brought the wrong one to the operating room. But because of the timeout, the checklist they went through, they identified the issue and preventing something really bad from happening. And the power of checklist cannot be overstated. It is used in other industry where safety is paramount. Right? We've seen this example in a clinical setting. I know it's also used in aerospace by pilots. And there's a lot of studies showing that even though it seems trivial to go through this checklist, like how can you forget, how can you get the wrong patient? Hi, that seems crazy, but it demonstrably decreases the rate of failure. And surgical checklists have been called the biggest clinical invention in 30 years. You know, I'm sure there's some disagreement on that, but to give you an idea of the impact it can have. And while this is not a security book, I would recommend reading it because this book talks about avoiding avoidable failures. And this is what DevSecOps is about in my mind, right? We come up with a checklist, a security checklist, and then we automate it. And that way we can run it on every code change without having a person doing it manually. And what's really cool about automation, right? It encodes expert knowledge and it makes it widely available. Not only does it make it available, it makes it available quickly, which allows those tools to be used in delivery pipelines. And that's so powerful. It enables us from repeating mistakes of the past, right? And it frees us security folks and enable us to focus on the next thing to solve. And there's some tools that I usually recommend. If you don't have them in your pipeline, I would encourage kind of looking into them. The first one is software component analysis. And that's kind of looking at your software stack, your dependencies. So for instance, if you have Nginx in your stack in a container, tools like Snyk will scan it. And if there's a CV recently on Nginx that you haven't seen, it'll let you know about it before you push to production. The second category of tool is static analysis, and it helps you detect mistakes that have led to vulnerabilities in the past. So for instance, lgtm.com does data flow tracking and will detect things like injections, like common injections, SQL injections, use after phrase that are fairly common, and static analysis has become pretty good at finding those. Other tools like Guardrails does static analysis as well, and things like detecting pushing of like secrets in your code. So if you push your AWS secret key, this will prevent you from going forward. And the last category of tool is fuzzing. And fuzzing will help you find unknown vulnerabilities in your code. And that's what we're going to talk about for the rest of this talk. So let's start by talking about what fuzzing is. And fuzzing is so simple, you'll probably think it's dumb. And what fuzzing does is it throws random inputs at the program under test, and it does so really quickly. And that's it. That just does, random input, send it to the software, and do it repeatedly. But it turns out that even though it's simplistic, with a simple trick, fuzzing can often generate valid and complex inputs from nothing. And this is a really cool image of what fuzzing was able to create with no prior knowledge. And so in this experiment, the author ran a fuzzer against a JPEG parser, and the fuzzer had no knowledge of the file format, and, the specification, or even have access to any kind of image before it started. And yet, over time, he was able to develop valid JPEG out of nothing. And those are what you see here. And if you think, maybe this is academic, who cares about generating JPEG? all of the big tech companies are doing fuzzing. And one of the public projects around it is called OSS Fuzz from Google. And they are running tens of thousands of CPU cores all the time on open source software that everyone is relying on. And so this was from 2018, and they had found 9,000 bugs. I think there are 25,000 bugs now. And what's cool about it is that all of the devices that you use today, your laptop, your phone, they are safer because of this project, because fuzzing has found bugs, and those bugs were fixed. And this is all using the simple technique that we just described. So let's talk about why it works. And kind of the key to the power of fuzzing is that it has an element of feedback. It has a feedback mechanism that relies on code coverage. So instead of having to create a complex input, like a JPEG image, all at once, you can flip a few bits and then see that it went a little bit further. It explored a new part of the code because maybe you got the header of the image right. And so the fuzzing is then able to create complex input over time by flipping a few bits at a time and knowing it's on the right track. And many small improvements lead to structured inputs from nothing. You know, this is kind of how life works. There's mutation, there's selection, and then you have evolution, right? And because of this evolutionary algorithm, fuzzing learns. Fuzzing gets better at testing your software over time. And that knowledge gets encoded in test cases. Those inputs are like an automatically generated regression test suite. And you can reuse it every time you change your code to make sure you didn't break something. And what that allows is that developers don't have to spend as much time writing test examples anymore. It's not only a security product, but it's also, in my mind, a developer productivity product. And then to give you an example, this is what a traditional unit test would look like for a function that returns the longest common prefix of two strings. And so, you know, it takes two strings, and what the developer is going to do is going to think really hard about examples that are interesting, that maybe edge cases, and then make sure that the output matches what the expectation of the developer is. You know, so the common prefix of two empty strings should be the empty string. What our first test would look like instead, in addition to, it's a little bit different. Instead of coming up with examples manually, the developer kind of specifies the type of inputs it needs. And in this case, it's going to ask for two strings, S1 and S2, and it's going to feed those inputs into the function in the test. And then you have an output called P. And now we have to think about, you know, we can really compare the output against like a specific examples because the input could be anything. So we have to think really hard about what it means for the output to be correct or to be safe. And in this case, what it means to be correct is, you know, a common prefix should be the prefix of those two inputs. And this is what the first property is checking. But that's not enough because the empty string would always satisfy this condition. So there needs to be more. And what the definition of this function is that it should return the longest common prefix. And so we can encode kind of the longest part of this definition by saying that if we extend the prefix, then it won't be a prefix anymore. And this is what the second property is checking. And what's powerful about this is that you write those tests once, like unit test, and then you can fuzz forever. You can fuzz and test every time that you change the implementation. And as long as the interface doesn't change, your fuzz test is going to remain valid. And so let's look a little bit what that would look like in CI, because this is a DevSecOps talk after all. And so imagine you have a branch, you know, a new feature branch, and you push your change and your pipelines starts to run. You have the build, you have the unit test, you have the integration test. It's not in the slides, but you might have other security checks, right, that we talked about, static analysis, component analysis. But let's focus specifically on the fuzzing. And so if you have fuzzing in your pipeline, instead of the unit testing and the integration testing, you would add the fuzz testing. And here, as part of this pipeline on the branch, you would use that test suite that was generated by fuzzing automatically you would pull it from your fuzzing platform that you can see at the bottom, and run all of the test case against the change and make sure that it works. And if it does, then you can merge it. You can deploy your tank or whatever it is you do once you merge a feature branch. And then the difference now is that you kick off a new run of fuzzing asynchronously. Fuzzing can take hours to days. So it's not something you want blocking your pipeline. So you do it asynchronously in the background. And the fuzzing is going to use the test cases that exist already from the previous one, let's say, and is going to add to it. So if you added a new feature, this is where fuzzing will start exploring it, creating test cases for it over time. And if any bugs is found during that stage, all of the fuzzing platform have some kind of background, some asynchronous notification mechanism. So if it finds a bug, it's going to create a nice report around the bug and post it on Slack or Jira or whatever you use. And so that's how you would integrate fuzzing in your pipeline. And that's it for the talk. Thank you so much for coming. Again, I'm Alex Rebert from ForSecure, and I really hope you enjoyed the talk, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the Tuesday headlines for you. First up on DevOps.com, we have an article that looks at the concept of digital twins and the role artificial intelligence will play in helping them be more accurate. For those who don't know, a digital twin is a digital duplicate of a physical object or system. Digital twins are commonly used across many industries to monitor and test intricate apparatus. They started at NASA, which used them to reproduce mechanical objects locally so that it could diagnose issues and test solutions for physical components that were 200,000 miles away in space. Today, you can find digital twins in pretty much any environment. With the addition of AI, testing could leverage neural networks created with sensor data, and production could trust intelligence gathered from trends across data points instead of relying on theoretical models with digital twins. AI-infused digital twins can use the data from the process to predict what the process will be in the future, and having a digital twin could boost testing and R&D, improve development time, and decrease time to market. And we take a look at 5 machine learning use cases that best exemplify what the technology is capable of doing. The push to remote work brought on by the pandemic last year showed us all what organizations are capable of achieving in a short time frame. It also showed us where our processes created unnecessary waste. Since then, the use of machine learning is proving to be helpful, especially in development environments where time and person power can be at a premium. Machine learning models are essentially advanced math-based algorithms which identify patterns in data and learn from them. But when they're applied to the right use cases, machine learning can reduce the amount of time spent on error-prone manual IT operations, adding significant business value and greatly reducing IT costs. This article outlines 5 of the most common use cases where machine learning can make a big difference in application development and beyond. All right, over on Container Journal, Mark Hornbeek gives us his take on the 7 principles of DevOps with Kubernetes. From his previous articles, we know that continuous security is a core pillar of every well-engineered DevOps. We also know that Kubernetes is a multi-layered, complex platform that consists of more than a half-dozen different components that present both challenges and opportunities for DevSecOps. In his article, Mark discusses how Kubernetes can be used and configured to satisfy 7 principles, which are identified in the Department of Defense Enterprise DevSecOps reference design for a successful DevSecOps approach using Kubernetes. While Kubernetes provides built-in security tools, they are not sufficient to fully protect against multiple types of potential vulnerabilities across multiple layers of Kubernetes infrastructure. All 7 DevSecOps principles are important for an integrated security strategy that mitigates threats at all layers and all levels of your stack. And in news, the Technical Oversight Committee for the Cloud Native Computing Foundation has made the open source Flux continuous delivery platform for Kubernetes environments an incubation level project. Flux, which was created by Weaveworks, has been a sandbox level project since August 2019. With this promotion, it is one step away from officially graduating alongside other CNCF projects, such as Kubernetes and Prometheus. Flux will enable organizations that have embraced Kubernetes to more easily embrace GitOps best practices, which is something we've been discussing more lately, as a growing number of organizations believe it's a more appropriate in DevOps environments that are using Kubernetes. The core components of Flux are a GitOps toolkit that provides a set of runtime APIs and controllers, and an application release delivery tool dubbed Flagger. Flux integrates with a wide range of tools used in Kubernetes environments, including Kustomize, Helm, Kyverno, Prometheus, and Minio. There is also a software development kit for creating additional Flux controllers that can be integrated with other CNCF projects. It's early days in terms of GitOps in the overall DevOps discussion, but it is apparent continuous delivery will see more automation. All right, over on Security Boulevard, George Hulme has an assessment of the recent Verkada surveillance camera hack and the greater issue of IoT device security. Last week, Verkada disclosed it had been hacked after surveillance data from 150,000 connected cameras was released. Among those affected were Tesla, Nissan, and Cloudflare, as well as jails, schools, and hospitals. This article goes into detail what happened, how it happened, when it happened, and why it happened. It also underscores the fact that breaches such as this are bound to increase as more IoT devices come online, especially in the enterprise. And we have an article that looks at robotic process automation and its impact on governance, risk, and compliance. Basic robotic process automation or advanced process developments such as artificial intelligence can unlock the potential to do things faster, better, and at lower cost. These technologies are fairly easy to deploy and deliver quick ROI. But as automation achieves wider adoption, new governance, risk management, and compliance considerations have also emerged. As RPA is introduced across multiple functions, it becomes subject to complex compliance mandates, and operational scrutiny. This article takes a look at the considerations organizations may want to keep in mind when implementing RPA, AI, and other automation technologies to fully capitalize on the opportunities of them and to avoid the pitfalls. And it looks at the surrounding landscape of governance, risk, and compliance. All right, that's it for the headlines for today. Please check back with me on Thursday when I'll have a fresh batch for you. Until then, have a great day. Please stay safe.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everybody, welcome back to TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Sean McDermott, who is the founder and CEO of Windward Consulting. And you guys just you have a new company called Red Monocle. So Sean, thanks for joining me today on TechStrong TV. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. A pleasure to be here.
Excellent, excellent. So tell me a little bit about Red Monocle, what you guys are up to with that.
Sure. So Red Monocle is really focused on finding, funding, and fixing cybersecurity risk blind spots. So one of the things that we have found in the last 20 some years of running Windward is when you talk to security leaders and IT leaders in general, and you ask them, I ask 3 questions. One is, how many tools do you have? How much do you pay for them? And how are they working for you? And I haven't gotten an answer on that yet, because these cybersecurity environments are really complex. And a lot of times we're just, buying tools and trying to, kind of put the finger in the hole in the dam and buying yet another tool to do it. And there's been a real loss of control of what these tools can do and what they are doing for you. So you find a lot of overlaps and duplicates and underperforming tools and misconfigured tools. So when we looked at the problem from a cybersecurity perspective, we thought it would be very interesting to take the tools and the security stack and measure that against commercial standards like NIST and FISMA and things like that. And when you do that, you're able to really start uncovering a lot of gaps and some overlaps along the way. And then when we started thinking about that, we said, okay, well, what's the next step? Right? The next step is let's fix these things. Well, that takes money. It takes investment. And one of the things that we've heard from a number of our CISO clients is, trying to communicate technical investments is difficult outside of the security area, right? And CFOs and CEOs, they don't understand all this stuff, and nor should they. So we were able to work with Forrester and come up with business metrics that allow us to do something very innovative of relating NIST controls and how they're being met by the company's security stack to business metrics like digital transformation or customer experience, employee experience, reputational management, brand protection, things like that, things that like CFOs and marketing people really understand. Sure. And the last part of it is when we said, okay, now that we've got the investment, how do we fix these things? And that comes down to execution. So we rolled out as part of this product a risk registry and roadmap that allows CISOs to track all activities going on and really communicate better and collaborate. Because one of the things I've found over 20 years is that, execution comes down to communication, right? And a lot of things get messed up in translation. So our solution allows you to kind of do that full life cycle of identifying, building a case for investment, and then moving into execution around all your cybersecurity risks blind spots.
Wow. It sounds like something that's sorely needed within a lot of organizations, especially those that have kind of undergone that digital transformation in the last year or so. What have you seen in that space in general? Have you noticed that there have been organizations that have kind of inadvertently introduced security holes in their organizations as they've undergone digital transformation efforts, or maybe even adopted certain tools or processes that have inadvertently introduced a level of security vulnerabilities in their organization?
Yeah, we've definitely seen that. When we moved. It's hard to think that it's a year ago, right? I mean, literally right? March of 2019, and we all thought this would be over by like April, May, right? Right. But companies move so fast in that first 30, 90 days, and I spoke a lot about that a year ago about how fast people were moving, and inevitably to support people, call centers not being on premise anymore. It created all kinds of issues around getting hardware out to people, getting the right equipment, identity management, all kinds of policy, asset management, scale. We saw a lot of issues with companies scaling up because of inbound traffic on VPNs and things like that. All those things were really fixed or rolled out so fast that thinking about security was not an afterthought, but it definitely wasn't the first thing on their list. And since then, we've been seeing a lot of our customers going back and re-looking and saying, okay, do we need to shore up some areas? And it comes back to, okay, how do we do it? Right? Do we need to buy another tool? Do we need to look at a policy? Do we need to change human behavior? And these are all things that are going on right now. And I think they're just going to increase, because one of the things that I also noticed just as an entrepreneur that, technology is going to be the differentiator going forward. We're going to get out of these problems through technology. And you saw it with restaurants moving to online and curbside and using mobile technology we're all in even more so now than we've ever been on using technology, and digital transformations is showing up everywhere, so it's just going to highlight the fact that we've got to really think about our cybersecurity strategy, and you're also seeing bad actors getting more and more sophisticated. So that's the challenge with cybersecurity, is it's an ever-changing landscape. It's just, bad actors with almost unlimited resources are continuing to chip away, and and you're trying to fight against it, and it's never ending. It's very, CISOs are under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they are. And I've had some conversations with some who are just ready to, tear their hair out, because they're putting out so many fires now post, this rush to work from home, and to your point, security was not exactly top of mind for a lot of them, and they understand. I mean, it was understandable why it wasn't top of mind, because they absolutely needed to make sure that their employees were safe and being able to keep the lights on. But I totally understand why they're having the issues that they're having these days. Do you think, in hindsight, there may have been something that could have been done maybe better on a kind of a national or global scale from a cybersecurity perspective that might have actually been able to help these organizations kind of be a little bit more security conscious, if you will, or just secure in general, moving into this work from home remote situation? I'm not sure from a political perspective if there's anything that could have been done, but I kind of feel like everybody was doing their own thing, that, if we had some sort of national response or something like that, maybe it would have helped. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, to touch on one point from the last question, is that we just finished a cybersecurity benchmarking study, and we're going to be releasing that in a couple of weeks. And we asked one question, like, what keeps you up at night? And overwhelmingly, it was the fear of the unknown, right? So that's what's creating a lot of anxieties, because you just don't know what you don't know, right?
Right.
And I think going back to a year ago, which I still can't believe it was a year ago. I think that, there could have been it's so hard to say, right? Because we've never seen anything like this in our history of, in any kind of living history of a pandemic like this, that shifted things so fast. I'm actually really surprised at how well we actually did do it, right? As an industry.
Absolutely.
And I think that goes to the point that I've made, is that IT is really well positioned for this, the IT industry. And we in IT, we are generally kind of remote. We know how to do this as an IT organization. Bringing along the rest of the company is not necessarily new to us, because a lot of IT organizations are so distributed. I talk to clients now that, we work with some of the large banks, and you get on a conference call and there's 14 people from 12 different locations around the world. Right. So I think that, IT was very well set up to do this. It's just the scale in which it happened and so fast. But some of this, I mean, you look at the Pentagon. I was on a call with the CIO of the Pentagon. This is probably 8 or 9 months ago, and he was talking about how fast they moved 90,000 people remote to the Pentagon. Something like 30 days. And he's like, if we would have planned this out in a normal world, it would have taken us 3 years to do it. But we didn't have the time.
Yeah.
So
that's the point. I think so many organizations for so long, for whatever reason, were kind of dragging their feet on digital transformation efforts. So maybe their plans weren't fully baked. They had to go with what they knew. So, we've gotten 60% of the way in our planning. So let's just do that, and we'll make up the rest as we go along. And to your point, yes, I mean, a lot of organizations did spectacularly, and with very, very minor issues post implementation, if you will. And I think it's amazing that they've done that. But also, to your point, we all expected this to maybe be a 6-week thing, and then we'd all head on back to the office. So I wonder if there were organizations that really just didn't take as much of a kind of a long-term mindset as perhaps maybe they could have. I don't know.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is the acceleration of digital transformation. And I think that it's now apparent that, like, as I said before, it's apparent that you've got to have a digital strategy, or else you're just going to be left behind. And it used to be you would be left behind by your competitors. Now your customers, in some cases, can't even get to you, right? So you look at the restaurant business, for example. If you don't have some type of mobile app to order food remote, then you're out of business, because your customers literally cannot get to you, right? So I think this is kind of a wake-up call to a lot of, to the world of how do we really start looking at, being innovative in a digital world? How do we start using this technology? And I think we, one of the things that I told my companies when we started into this is, we want to emerge stronger than when we went into this, right? And I think there's going to be a lot of industries that come out much, much stronger and have looked at these as opportunities to invest in their digital strategy and really change the way they do business and how they interact with customers, how they get customers and acquire customers and keep customers that they weren't going to do, thinking about really as aggressively a year ago.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, if there's a silver lining to any of this, it's that, we are going to see tremendous advances in technology and digital innovation by these organizations moving forward to everybody's benefit. So there you have it. So.
Yeah, and I think the role of the CISO, right, is so critical now, because everything when everything goes digital, your cyber footprint is just so much larger. There's just so much more to manage, more threat vectors that people can take advantage of, and even some that we never really expected. I mean, the SolarWinds one is a really good example. There's embedded malware in a very trusted vendor that 18,000 companies use, and that's a very different. That's a threat vector we weren't really thinking about, 6 months ago, and now we have to think about going forward. And where do these threats come from? They come from misconfigured servers and things like that. So the role of the CISO. We talk a lot about this kind of idea of the transformational CISO. The transformational CISO really they need to be in the conversation. They need to be in the room front and not roll things out and worry about cyber later.
Yeah, I agree. Sean, we could continue this conversation for a lot longer time, I am sure, but unfortunately we don't have any more time left. But I do want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Telling me about Red Monocle and transformational CISO. That's a great idea. I love that. And so much more. I wish you guys the best of luck with your company.
Thank you.
And stay in touch. Let's circle back in a couple months. You can tell me what's going on with Red Monocle and the state of cybersecurity in general.
We will. We're super excited about what we're rolling out, and we'll let you know how it goes in 6 months.
Perfect. Well, thanks again for your time. Do appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me.
All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more TechStrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
Disruption is occurring across every aspect of IT. Open source, cloud services, DevOps, and cloud-native software architectures are democratizing IT and radically transforming how business is done. The old ways of creating software and doing IT are being replaced with agile, flexible, faster, and cheaper methods, benefiting vendors and users alike. Accelerated Strategies Group is out to democratize access of industry expertise and knowledge. We use our expertise and experience to offer insightful, intelligent, useful information in a variety of formats relevant to the IT community, digital events, videos, reports, assessments, workshops, and implementation projects with tech vendors, IT organizations, and business leaders. We widely and openly share our work products, often for free. Analyst reports these days aren't worth more than a graph or chart that tells a story or illustrates a market trend. We work with developers, DevOps teams, cloud architects, security engineers, and transformation leaders most every day, creating and implementing transformational strategies and technologies. We're not just thinkers, we're also doers.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon. I'm here now with Mike Adler, who is the Chief Product Officer at RSA. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me today.
All right. Well, I want to talk to you about extended detection and response technology. I know that it is one of those security technologies that has kind of been, its profile, if you will, has been raised during the pandemic. And I think it's kind of on track to be one of those security technologies that every organization needs to keep in its security kitty. So wonder if you can walk me through exactly what we mean by extended detection and response, what the technology is and what it does for organizations.
Absolutely. So XDR, or extended detection and response, is really the new ideas around how we are able to take security and apply it into a specific detection and response scenarios. It's really an outgrowth of the SIM space. In the SIM space, it really become, an area where that was the place where most security operations centers centered their detection response efforts. But the SIM is also burdened by being a system of record, a compliance system. And especially as we moved into the pandemic with lots of remote and dynamic workforces, XDR has really taken off as it sort of gets rid of some of the compliance and core business needs and allows organizations to focus only on detection and response. And because it typically focuses much more directly on network and endpoint behaviors and the behaviors of the users, obviously, on the network and endpoints, it becomes very important for organizations in a dynamic and remote workforce area to be able to get the data points necessary and understand the new threats and the challenging threats that they have with their workforce that's now either largely working from home or working in dynamic situations where they're at home or they're in remote areas, not necessarily within the corporate firewall or within corporate offices.
Okay. So does XDR kind of to use the word extend the security profile or security footprint, if you will, beyond what maybe a SIM system would do?
It definitely, extends out. I think a lot of times what we think about is, we think about how SIMs have evolved and become centerpieces of data repositories. Oh, we're going to take data from this system. We're going to take data from our EDR system. We'll take data from our network forensic system. We'll put it all in the SIM, and that's where we'll try and deal with it. Mm-hmm. As it turns out, one, you're dealing with a lot of data, and two, you're dealing with very specific data, specifically with the abilities from an XDR perspective of uniting that network data. What is the network doing, and how can that help us find threats in the network? And the endpoint data, how can we find threats that are on the endpoint, and merging those two things together? And the hard part is, when you're bringing those sort of data sources in from other systems, you lose fidelity, right? You lose some of the details. And as a security analyst, those details are super critical from a detection point of view. It's where you find the threats. It's where you find the patterns. And so XDR is sort of taking the place of, okay, let me merge these pieces together at the detail level, take it out of the SIM, and perform these security functions in a dedicated function that can now combine, yes, pattern matching and rule-based logic, but also deep machine learning and analytics on that detailed set of data, and really then have those responses take place directly in this tool.
That makes a lot of sense. And so, when we're talking about, obviously the pandemic and everybody got sent home and we're all working in remote environments these days. But XDR goes, predates the COVID. Sure. So, how long was it kind of sitting around and before COVID, and really was it considered a technology worthwhile for companies, especially those that, whose workforces were mainly still in the organization?
So it had been brewing for a while. I think we had all seen the need has started to develop as SIMs have become larger and larger part of security operations centers and their bailiwick. They were becoming unmanageable. And so the problem had been brewing, and lo and behold, the pandemic happened. And then it almost made it untenable to sort of stay in that center. And so while that we had seen startups and mature companies both addressing XDR needs, it became very obvious that as the SOC itself, right, those security analysts were also themselves now working from home. Mm-hmm. Hey, we need to accelerate this. It's becoming more important to separate out these different needs and to get these detailed tools in place to be successful. The other thing that we're seeing is now that we've also lived with the pandemic for about a year now, we're also seeing the idea that companies now looking at it from a strategic perspective and saying, okay, I have SIM use cases. I also have XDR use cases, and I can get more done with a dedicated tool. And so while the vendors in this space are building out solutions, we're seeing more and more companies who are saying, okay, we did what we needed to do to get through the pandemic, but now we need a strategic solution for go forward. And that's what's making this market incredibly hot, because the needs were already there. Products were starting to come to market. And now companies are realizing it's a strategy we have to adopt because our business needs have adopted, our users have adopted, and we need new security strategies and security tools to be successful.
So is there room for SIM and XDR to play nicely together? I mean, to play in the same sandbox, if you will?
I absolutely think so. The reality is, I think it'll depend, different organizations will take different strategies. As I mentioned earlier, and as we've discussed, organizations use their SIM for a lot of things, including detection and response. And so some organizations will look for SIMs that have XDR capabilities that they can bring in. And some organizations will then layer on top of that SOAR capabilities, right? Which is the ability to orchestrate and automate response. And so they'll bring those into a platform. Other organizations will say, well, we have a SIM investment and we want to continue to maintain that, but we're going to look for other opportunities, players that maybe can perform XDR a little bit better. And we're going to go for a best of breed strategy. We have a large investment. We're not going to disturb that, but we want to make sure that we have great XDR on top. And we're going to segregate our teams so that we're looking at for threats and detecting threats in a multitude of ways. It also dates back, frankly, to the protect in layers, right? So why only have one team look? Why not have two different teams looking and trying to detect threats?
Okay. All right. So does XDR kind of effectively push security farther out to the edge, to the devices themselves, rather than having everything come into a centralized operations center? Is there intelligence that
it pushes us out to the edge. I think one of the things that businesses have completely learned is that now the businesses are operating out on the edge, right? Because that's where our users are. And the SIM, a lot of the SIM use cases start from logs, and they start from logs from devices that are built around proxies, built around firewalls, built around application logs. And a lot of those things are sort of all within the physical office, if you will, right? The internal spot where it was easy to control all the network traffic. But as organizations have developed now with users being remote, well, some organizations are still routing their traffic directly back into into their network and making that as their strategic decision. Other organizations are moving forward and allowing their users to directly access public clouds, private clouds, virtual clouds, and they're moving into zero trust networks. And in those scenarios and in these new architectures, this is where XDR really shines, because it doesn't depend on so much of getting those log files. It now depends on actually collecting network data and analyzing, collecting telemetry from the endpoint itself and analyzing it and bringing those two things together.
Okay. So what do you see in the XDR space moving forward? I mean, are we going to be seeing maybe more integration with AI and other technologies to kind of help improve the collective intelligence of the technology, or are we going to see?
I think we're going to see an explosion of detection techniques. I think you're going to see everything from pattern matching, rule-based, which is a pretty well-known set of detection sets, but you're going to see integrations with machine learning, artificial intelligence, graph databases that are going to be able to look at relationships between endpoints and their peers as they reach out on the network. We're going to see really interesting new types of mechanisms for detecting threats. And it's going to take some of these new technologies a while to mature, but I think what you're going to see very quickly is being able to focus on the XDR message and really being able to look at, okay, if we're just looking for detection across the network and the endpoint, there's going to be all kinds of interesting things that folks are going to do, and it's going to move the industry forward tremendously as we move forward.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next year, in terms of security in general, but also obviously in terms of XDR technology and its adoption by the market in general. Michael, thank you so much for walking me through the technology and what you guys see with it. And it's great stuff all the way around. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me today. I appreciate it.
All right, great. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more TechStrong TV coming up, so stay tuned. Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I am here now with the Tuesday edition of the Webinars Preview. First up, we have API security, which is everything you need to know to protect your APIs. This one is happening Wednesday, March 17th at 1 p.m. Eastern on Security Boulevard, and it is sponsored by Traceable AI. And with more APIs in circulation than ever before, there has been a direct correlation to the number of API abuses reported across industries. So obviously this speaks to a need for more robust API security. So this webinar delves into the what's and whys of API security, including why your APIs are a key attack surface for modern bad actors, why APIs are so much more difficult to secure than traditional web traffic, what is necessary to secure your APIs, and why yesterday's solutions can't solve today's new API security challenges. It's going to be a great webinar, definitely one you want to check out. Next up, we have another one that is happening Wednesday, March 17th. This one is happening at 3 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. It is called How to Gain Visibility into Containers, VMs, and Multi-Cloud Environments Using Telegraph, InfluxDB, and Mist. This one is sponsored by Influx Data. And Mist.io are the creators of Mist, the open source multi-cloud management platform, which helps clients manage the complexity of cloud management using a mix of private and public clouds, hypervisors, containers, and bare metals. This webinar offers an introduction to Mist, including such things as Mist's approach to improving visibility across environments, how a time series database is used to monitor infrastructures, and Mist's ability to automate processes and reduce infrastructure costs. Interesting topic all the way around on that one. So if you got the time, give it a listen. Okay, the third webinar I want to let you know about today is SRE, how observability tools help implement reliability engineering. This one is happening Thursday, March 18th at 11 a.m. Eastern on DevOps.com, and it is sponsored by Instana. This webinar is the next installment in Instana's Service Level Objectives series, and it looks at how to make the first practical step of implementing SLIs for a specific user journey, along with what tools are needed. It's a great webinar. They're going to focus on site reliability engineering principles and more specifically provide some practical guidelines for implementing and defending service level objectives using an observability platform like Instana. There you go. All right, that is it for this edition of the Webinars Preview. I'll be back on Thursday with a brand new batch for you of all the webinars that we have coming up on DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, and Container Journal. The three that I think are the most important, or at least the most recent that are coming up that you should know about. Until then, have a great day, everybody, and please stay safe. All right, in our final segment for today, we have The View with Vizard. Mike Vizard talks to Weaveworks CTO Cornelia Davis. She's going to talk about the open source Flux project and how it's going to advance adoption of best GitOps practices. Great conversation, and it's very insightful regarding GitOps, so let's give this one a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw again. We're here with Cornelia Davis, who is the CTO for Weaveworks, and we are talking about Flux, an open source tool that is now going to be at the incubation level at the CNCF. I guess congratulations are in order there, Cornelia.
Thank you. It's a pretty big deal. So hitting incubation status, I'm now actually part of the CNCF Technical Oversight Committee, so I'm getting a kind of insider, really in-depth view on what the significance of something like incubation and the due diligence process that has gone through. And so it really is kind of a big deal. So thank you very much.
All right. Well, next show, we'll ask you how that sausage is made. But right now, let's talk about Flux. What exactly is Flux, other than the fact that I know that it is an open source tool for implementing GitOps? What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, so let me back up first. And GitOps, I joke around that GitOps is the center square on the buzzword bingo card. And if you haven't looked at a bingo card in a while, the center square is actually the free square. And so GitOps is mentioned so often that it's almost like having a free square. You're going to hear that term in a conversation. So let me take first of all a moment to explain what we mean by GitOps. And I'm going to explain it without any kind of technology, without talking about technology, from a specific tooling perspective, but rather from this perspective. GitOps is about applying patterns to operations that are cloud native. And what I mean by that is that the cloud native means that things are constantly changing. The infrastructure is changing, the apps that we're deploying are changing, and it's highly distributed, super distributed. And so the way that we've done operations in the past has kind of had a different set of assumptions. It's been in our data centers, so modest levels of distribution. We had maybe more control, or we had the illusion of more control around that infrastructure and so on. And so we created a whole set of practices, operational practices, delivery and operational practices that were based on these old assumptions. Now we have this new world that we're living in, and that's really what GitOps applies to. And so what Flux is Flux is, first of all, an open source project in the CNCF that delivers tooling to support cloud native continuous delivery and operations. And it's not a single piece of technology. It is, in fact, a set of technology that some of it plays a role in the continuous delivery, some of it plays a role in continuous operations. And I can give you a little more specifics on that. But I wanted to start at that broad level to first.
Sure. Well, let's stay at this top level for a minute. Yep. Is GitOps a replacement for DevOps, a derivative of DevOps, or son of DevOps? Which is it?
So it is absolutely not a replacement of DevOps. And another thing that I'm involved in the industry is I work with Gene Kim on the DevOps Enterprise Summit. And I was just on a call with him earlier today. So I will tell you squarely, and we're doing a talk on this at the next DevOps Enterprise Summit, it is squarely not a replacement of DevOps. What I see GitOps as is almost DevOps 2.0. So DevOps was actually it's people, process, technology, and there is a host of tooling. There's a host of technology that supports these DevOps practices that have also led to organizational changes and things like that. And the initial set of these tools were things like Puppet and Chef. And yes, even a lot of the CI tooling was matured under this umbrella of DevOps, under this umbrella of optimizing the workflow between development and operations. What we're doing now is, the reason I think of it as DevOps 2.0 is that we are now taking DevOps and saying, well, DevOps applies in this new cloud native world, in this highly distributed, largely Kubernetes dominated world. And Kubernetes actually gives us some foundations that allow us to do things differently. So it's definitely not a replacement. I see, especially it's something like Flux, which is tooling in support of GitOps, as a tool set that supports DevOps in this new environment.
I'm a little on the simple-minded side. And so when I think about this, the way I try to explain it, and I could be completely wrong, is that if I look at the way we did DevOps up until now, we kind of do the CI part, and then we try to push the code out to some sort of platform. And the platform's always a snowflake, so the CD part of the equation is a bit shaky, but we're always trying to push something. It feels like if I can have Kubernetes on the other side of this equation, I can start pulling things directly from Git on the schedule determined by the platform that's going to be delivered on. And I can do this because I now have something that feels like a standard platform for deployment. Does that sound reasonable, or is it more complicated than that?
So you are underselling yourself, because that's not simple-minded at all. That is actually, you put your finger on the fundamental thing, is that, yes, Kubernetes, I think, does two things. It creates a standard platform, so it creates some standardization. And we are seeing organizations that are putting Kubernetes everywhere. It's in the data center. It's under the desk in some retail location. It's inside of, it's on the manufacturing floor. It's in jet airplanes. Telco providers are putting it on cell towers. So we have a standardization layer that we never had before. So you're right, that's one thing. But there's something special about the Kubernetes standardization as well, which is it is cloud native. And so it has this fundamental pattern of actual state to desired state, this comparison. So the way that it does automation to, you said pull, to pull things in this constantly self-healing way, that is an important part of GitOps. And so GitOps doesn't say, hey, I put things in Git and there's some automation that happens. It has this special part of it that says, actually, the way that automation works is in such a way that we don't ever believe that we're done. Things can always go out of alignment, and we're constantly bringing things back into alignment. That's something that was popularized, a concept that was popularized by Kubernetes. What we've done with GitOps is we've expanded that basic concept into the overall continuous delivery and continuous operation space. So you nailed it.
All right. It's like being a chiropractor for software, right? You're always out of alignment in some way, shape, or form.
Yep. That's a great analogy.
Let me ask you, what happens to the traditional CI/CD platform that we've been using all this time? Does that kind of fade away in favor of what feels like more of a fluid piece of software that sits on these platforms, or how does that evolve?
Yeah, another great question. So the first thing is that I'll start with, we have been conflating CI/CD for a very long time, to the point where it's one word. It's CI/CD is the word that people talk about. And the most common way, and I was guilty of this myself, I remember a number of years ago asking a colleague who was out in the field with customers something about, kind of the delivery element. And I said, we just add a few steps into the Jenkins pipeline. And they said, no, actually, really the way the industry is starting to go, and this was years ago, was something like Spinnaker or something like, separating out CI from CD. And so I had to learn about that myself. And so that's the first thing I want to say is I want to separate CI and CD, because I want to answer your question for each one of those independently. CI, we're not looking to disrupt that at all. That is extraordinarily mature. And I always say that the CI part got so mature that it's serving the dev part of the DevOps agenda quite well. It supports iterations, feedback loops, those types of things from a dev perspective. And you're right that the way that a lot of people, because they still think of CI/CD as one word, a lot of deployments today are done as the kind of tail end of CI. What we want to do is we want to separate that out. And then, yes, the way that you've done CD when it was tacked on to the end of your CI pipeline was kind of the old school way. You might have, for example, invoked some Puppet or Chef scripts and things like that. What we are saying is that the CD portion is where you're transforming now from, instead of being this step-by-step, I'm going to push these changes out to some environment, I'm instead going to take this approach of constantly updating things because of changes that are happening as a result of the CI, changes that are happening because somebody has just introduced drift into your runtime environment. And we want to make sure that we guard against that. That's all in the realm of GitOps. And these are all things that Flux helps with.
I feel like most organizations didn't really get too far down the CD path, so maybe we're not really replacing much anything these days.
That is so true. Yep.
Why do you think that is? Is it just because it's too hard? There's too many snowflakes out there in terms of the platforms? Or was there something in the process people equation that people didn't account for?
I think there was definitely still a little bit of the process people thing. I often talk about the fact that this transition into cloud native, as an industry, we have understood that pretty well at this point from the developer perspective. Not only in the developer tooling around, creating containerization helped. So creating these container images and things like that, the tooling that supports the creation of container images. We've also seen cloud native CI systems emerge, things like Tekton, which is also open source, and so on. And then from a cloud native application patterns, we're super mature. We've really, as an industry, been working on that for 10, 15 years. So we understand things like microservice architectures and retry patterns and circuit breakers to keep, denial from, accidental DDoS attacks from happening and so on. And so that's where a lot of the focus has been on. And I think part of the reason we focus there is because we have recognized the developer, the need to make the developer productive. And so again, I think of the DevOps, we've really matured a lot on the dev side. I don't think it's necessarily because it's super hard to get to the continuous delivery stuff. It's just that we haven't prioritized it yet. And I think that we're at the sweet spot in the industry and the trajectory where we are seeing that, which I don't know whether you have seen. The CNCF published a tech radar in June, their very first one from their end user community, which assessed CD solutions. And oddly enough, Flux and Helm, just those two, were at the center of the tech, at the center of the tech radar, which is a nod to the fact that we're starting to really pay attention to this and recognize that CI/CD isn't one word. Jenkins was on that tech radar as well, but they were in the outer circle. More mature technology, but not applied, not the right technology to apply to the problem. So I just think that we're at that moment in history where we are going to apply to that. And that's, again, part of the reason we're so excited about the Flux reaching incubation, is because I think that's also a nod to the industry. We've got people using Flux in production and things like that. So it's a nod to the fact that we're ready now.
Do you think that microservices and the rise of containers is kind of forcing this issue at this point? Is that part of the convergence?
Without question. And I don't know that it's necessarily the microservices and containers that are forcing it. I think they're enabling it. What's forcing it is that we have the users have different expectations now. Users expect to be able to impact the way that their applications work. And the way that they impact that is by providing feedback, shortened feedback loop where we can deploy new things. That's the actual requirement. And containers and microservices have been huge catalysts in enabling that. And so in a way, yeah, the containers and microservices are forcing that. But actually, if you look upstream, it's these requirements that are forcing it.
How does somebody get involved with Flux if they want to join up, contribute? Is there a double secret password they're supposed to know? How's that work?
There is no double secret password, but there's two things that I'm going to tell you about, in fact. One is, first of all, the Flux is an open source project that has now, as we said, been adopted as an incubating project. For those of your listeners who don't know this background, the CNCF, which is this phenomenally successful open source consortium, has 3 levels. There's sandbox, incubating, and graduated. Flux entered the sandbox mode in 2019, and now we've reached incubating. And so sandbox, the bar is fairly low. It's just kind of an expression of, here is something that is interesting, that we want to give this topic a space to work in an open way, in a consortium-based way, in a vendor-neutral way, on an early idea. The fact that we're now in incubation means that there's legs here. This is something that we carry forward. And there is an expectation in the CNCF that projects that go into incubation, there's no guarantee, you have to do the work, but there is an expectation that when you get to incubating, you will reach graduation at some point. So you have a fair bit of, that's an even higher bar to cross. And so we are in, again, it's in the CNCF. And so anybody can come and participate. The channels for participating, the first place that I would send folks is to fluxcd.io. That is our documentation site. That's a place where you can start playing with Flux. So you can follow, there's getting started guides. For those of you who, another thing that I should mention is that we just this year refactored Flux from what we call the original version, Flux V1, into Flux V2. We modularized it to give the users more control over these GitOps pipelines and these GitOps processes. So there's also a migration guide. So for those who have already a history with Flux V1, that documentation site will help you get to Flux V2. So that's a good place. And then all the links you can find from there. You can get to the GitHub repository. We use GitHub discussions a great deal. So when you get to the repository, you can go in there and discuss things. We, of course, have a Slack channel in the CNCF organization on Slack. There are regular public meetings, which is, again, something that's sponsored by the CNCF. Those are all places that you can get involved with Flux. Now, the second thing I promised to mention, and I can't help but throwing a plug for this out there, is another project that just entered Sandbox in the CNCF is a GitOps initiative. So I've been talking a lot about this shift to cloud native and these philosophical things and these kind of principle things that I've been talking about, like it's constantly reconciling and things like that. And so we have this project within the CNCF where a group of folks, and it's literally 40 or so companies that are coming together to really work on educating around what is so special about GitOps, what makes it different, some of the topics that we were talking about in the earlier part of the conversation. And so that's another project where you can come, and there's a GitHub repo, which is called GitOps Working Group, the organization and so on. You can come join us there as well. We just had our monthly meeting this morning. So,
all right. So what's your best advice to people right now in terms of getting ready for this? Because it feels like a lot of applications may start to all get deployed at the same time. And I can hear the average IT organization going, I can barely handle what we have now. So what should they be doing to get prepared for this brave new world that's coming?
Yeah, so I think it's a two-step process. I think that, and I've been working in this kind of cloud native digital transformation space for the better part of a decade. So some of this is not specific to GitOps, but what we're talking about here is kind of a new way. DevOps is still new for a lot of organizations. And so on the first step on that digital transformation journey is not to boil the ocean. What I've seen in the last 8-9 years is a lot of success with a customer that comes along where they say, you know what, we want to experiment with some of these things. We're going to take a project. Do not make it a toy project. Make it a significant project, but not a project with massive scope. And start with that. And the great thing about Flux, especially being an open source project, is that it doesn't require any kind of licensing fees to get started or anything like that. So like many things these days, we see the way that an organization starts to play with this is that those DevOps teams, the teams responsible for applications and application operations, can embrace this. They can download Flux, they can install it in their cluster, which is the way that it gets installed. So Flux is installed into the cluster in which those applications are going to be managed and life cycled and all of that stuff. Install it, put together those elements, and demonstrate some value. And we have customers where the developers are like, this changes the DevOps people, especially, you build it, you run it. Those folks are especially interested in there because it's keeping them from getting woken up in the middle of the night. That's one of the concerns about you build it, you run it is like, wait a minute, I'm a developer, I don't carry a pager. So it really helps with that. That's step one. And now you've established some values. Now, I think it's very, very important that when you establish those values, you express it in such a way that it ties back to, can be tied back to business outcomes. So for example, when you can show that your mean time to resolution has gone down significantly because of this DevOps approach, you can express that to your leadership as, hey, I have less downtime. And so I'm not going to not be able to take pizza orders on Super Bowl Sunday. I can pretty much guarantee that now because of these practices, or I don't have to have a code freeze the day before Super Bowl Sunday, or, an IT freeze. So I think starting with the developers is good. The other thing, though, I will admit is that we have a lot of platform teams that are responsible for providing those platforms to developers so that they can be effective. And there, again, I would say, start small, start with a pilot, create this platform where you aren't depending on your Flux, your developers to recognize Flux, but you offer this as a service. So if you're a platform team, again, make it available and then hold some workshops, hold some webinars or whatever events, lunch and learns, where you start to expose to your developers this new capability. And again, use these metrics like mean time to recover. You can sleep better at night is a good metric for the developers.
All right. Well, I'm hoping this won't become late night TechStrong TV, but other than that, I'm with you all the way. All right. Cornelia, thanks for being on the show and sharing your knowledge. That was great.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, everybody, that wraps up another TechStrong TV broadcast. I hope everybody enjoyed today's presentation as much as I did. Lots and lots of really great conversations here. We're going to be back on Thursday with a brand new episode for you. And until then, I hope everybody survives St. Patrick's Day in the best way possible. And enjoy the rest of your day. And as always, please stay safe.